because my holiday strategy is less stuff and more flowers. I am sending farm fresh flowers this year from the Bouqs Company, and I love them. Why do I love them? 25% off the entire Bouqs purchase, including flower subscriptions. That's right. Guys, it's the secret husband life hack. Why? Well, here's an idea. They use farm cut fresh flowers all year long. That means they last way longer and they're unique. Some of their flowers are grown off the side of volcanoes. That's right. And if you get a subscription, that means no more stressing out on Valentine's Day or Mother's Day, and you're the hero all year long. That means love every single month all year long, and you get 25% off everything. And it's a no-brainer. Go to Bouqs.com, use the promo code XM. That's BOUQS.com, promo code XM, Bouqs.com, promo code XM.
Veterans proudly served our country, so Wells Fargo Credit Cards proudly serves our veterans by supporting America's Warrior Partnership. It's a nonprofit that aims to improve the lives of all veterans by providing financial and career resources. AWP also works with veterans' friends and family to build a support system to help veterans take on any challenge. Wells Fargo Credit Card salutes our veterans. If you know a vet, tell a vet about AWP. Learn more at americaswarriorpartnership.org.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. That's right, now's your last chance to trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Deck the halls with a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars and their heartfelt holiday sounds.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas now through December 25th on Channel 58 and on the SiriusXM app.
This is College Game Day on ESPN Radio, built by the Home Depot.
Tune in for football action tomorrow as the Bears host the Lions. Coverage begins at noon Eastern on select ESPN radio stations. We got a busy day today. 5 games going on. 3 in college, 2 in the NFL. Sit back, relax, and enjoy it. But make sure you're watching those college games, and it starts with SMU and Penn State. Listen to it right here on ESPN Radio, starting in just 12 minutes. Matt Schick, Derek Dooley, and Matt Sims. Let's make some picks here today. All 3 of these are 7+ point favorites. Let's start in Happy Valley.
Number 11 SMU versus number 6 Penn State.
11-2 Mustangs, 11-2 Nittany Lions. Matt Sims, start with you. Who wins? By how much?
Captain, who wins and by how much? I'm going with Penn State. I'm going to say that they win by, I'm going to give them 13 here. I'm going to give them 13. All right, 2 field goals there at the end, but I think Penn State overall, the physicality at the line of scrimmage will be dominated by Penn State. We heard Louis Riddick earlier in the show. I think Abdul Carter will be absolutely disruptive. Kobe King has been phenomenal. Jalen Reed will be all over the field. And like he said, spying the quarterback in a lot of positions with the multiple defensive looks that they do. So I expect Penn State to hold down the fort, to run the football with their big physical running backs, and to win at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football. Penn State by 13.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that. I mean, the deeper you get into a season, the playoffs, the less likely you're going to have these anomalies and upsets. And I just think Penn State is so much more talented across the board, and they're going to overwhelm them a little bit like Notre Dame did Indiana. So I like Penn State minus 8.5 too.
If they can get a win today, Penn State, that would be James Franklin's 100th win at Penn State since taking over in 2014. But they are just 4-16 against CFP-ranked teams since the playoffs' inception in 2014. That's the entire James Franklin era. That ties for the 4th worst record among the 26 FBS teams to play at least 20 games over that span. Matt Schick, Derek Dooley, Matt Sims here, College Game Day, ESPN Radio. I'm taking Penn State as well. Jennings is really electric. They haven't played a quarterback like him, but this is just this is a step up in class for SMU. I think Penn State wins this game by double digits. Let's go to Austin.
Number 12 Clemson versus number 5 Texas.
That point spread has been moving. It started the week around 11, 11.5, then 12, 12.5. We're up to close to 14 points. Around a 13.5 point favorite are the Texas Longhorns. The two toughest games they've played this year, Georgia and Georgia. They both lost those games. Matt Sims, we'll start with you. Here comes little old Clemson. Just won the ACC on a walk-off field goal. And, this pitiful Dabo Swinney Tigers team, they just can't catch a break, can they? Will they win this game?
They will not win this game. I'm taking Texas. I think Texas defense is really going to be the difference in this one. I go back to that Clemson-Louisville football game where they just got out-hit from start to finish at home. And I think on the road against Texas, the defensive line, the young player Colin Simmons will have a really good game. I think Alfred Collins will be impactful in the game. Anthony Hill is one of the best middle linebackers in the country. Makuba and Barron will be dominant on the outside. I think Texas is too much on the defensive side. They'll win leaning on Quintavian Reisner to run the football consistently, too, with that veteran offensive line.
I agree, Simsy. Texas is just a better team. And this late in the year, that's what I go by. And I don't believe their quarterback, even though I don't believe much in Quinn Ewers, but I don't believe their quarterback can go make the plays against this defense.
Damn, Coach.
It's Texas's first home game in December since 1990. Should be a nice, balmy 60-ish degrees there, don't you? SMU is like, why couldn't we play in Austin?
That's
I thought
right.
we would get that matchup. No, they shook it up a little bit, and you've got Texas hosting Clemson here. All right, I will take Texas as well, but I think this is going to be inside the number. I think Clemson keeps this close, but in order to do that, they got to hold Texas under 21 points. And I think they'll be able to do that today. A late score could get the backdoor cover there, but I think I'd take Clemson and the points. Let's go to Columbus.
Number 9 Tennessee versus number 8 Ohio State.
Ryan Day and the entire Ryan Day family would like this win today against Tennessee. It would be just a great accomplishment and stave off the torches from invading the Day household, the Day yard, the Day street and neighborhood. Derek Dooley, we'll start with you. Does Ohio State get it done over, I'll say, your Tennessee Vols?
This is a tough one for me, but my Tennessee Vols, I got to go with Ross Bjork. He's going to rally the fan base. And really, look, it comes back to this.
Are you serious right now?
I'm going with Ohio State. All right. But I don't think Nico, he hasn't played great on the road. And the only way Tennessee's going to win, which they can, they have a great defense, but they're going to have to hit these deep balls. And I'm just not convinced they can do it, and he can't do it on the road. Look, so I got to go with the safe bet. Going with Ohio State.
Your safe bet to start the point, though, was Bjork. I mean, come on,
You know what's funny about that? Are you digging at Ross Bjork's hype little FaceTime vid that he put out yesterday where he was showing, we respond. It reminds me of General Zod there in Superman 2.
General Zod. You can't make it up, man.
No,
it's like, but you know what? Give an AD credit for sticking in for his coach, man.
That's right.
In today's world, when the fans start yelling at the coach, every AD wilts. We got to fire him. I like Ross, man, sticking up for the coaches.
You're right. He would never do that. He's out of money. Just spent $70 million to get rid of Jimbo. All right. All right, Matt Sims, make the pick.
Make the pick. I got to go with the Tennessee Vols. You know why? It's a big game. In Ohio State, they're going to play really tight. Now, for Nico, I agree. Nico, survive. Don't force any throws early. Don't rush it. Hang in there. Play tough. If it's 10-3 at half, it's all good. Don't worry. Ohio State will get tight as the game goes because they won't be able to move the football consistently against Tim Banks in this defense. Those corners are going to hold down the fort because they're going to see a very simplified offense, right? This is not an offense that really can stretch you horizontally and vertically and all that. Will Howard has struggled to throw the football consistently. The defensive line will wear out that offensive line as a makeshift offensive line. Hang in there. Dylan Sampson will rush for 75 yards in the fourth quarter to get this dub. Let's go, Tennessee Vols. Rocky Top, baby.
Chick, I got to say, it's compelling. I'm thinking about switching my pick after listening to Simpson.
Too late, Coach. Too late. All right.
Man, that was good.
Matt Sims is running to Columbus after this, going to be in the stands with like 30,000 other Tennessee fans that are out there. I think Vegas and the power brokers that be, those bookies, those folks that control those numbers, the money's been coming in on Tennessee, and they're holding firm on that 7.5 and that 7 points for Ohio State. They're not moving that number. They know something about this Buckeyes team. I don't know if Ohio State's been overvalued or not. I go back to the Oregon game. They were right in that game, had an opportunity to win it. The Michigan game, I think, is sticking in everyone's mind. Throw the records out. Aren't we told to throw the records out when rivalry games go on? I'll take Ohio State. I think they cover the number as well. I think very interesting, too, Matt Sims. You got less than a minute left, though. Getting past that Michigan deal for Ohio State, because you've got a bunch of Tennessee fans throwing it that are at this game here, and you just wonder the level of, not interest, but fervor for the Ohio State side. It just feels like everyone's frustrated after that Michigan game and ready for a win.
And this is where Coach knows better than me with all of his experience, but just when you lose big games like that, it's two ways. It's a two-way, it's a fork in the road. You're gonna galvanize or you're going to splinter, and that's going to happen really early. We're going to find out real quick in the first quarter what it looks like.
I think great athletes that Ohio State signs, the top of the heap, they're also great competitors, and they respond the right way. They know how to respond, and I see them doing it today.
The buyout is too big to fire him, and the roster is too costly to lose. I'll take Ohio State coming up tonight. Most of you have SMU and Penn State coming up next. This is College Game Day, ESPN Radio.
Rocky.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I just wanted to wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday and a happy new year. And a reminder to tune into Unsportsmanlike every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us today for Penn State Nittany Lions hosting SMU the Mustangs. We really appreciate you being here. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us and cheer on the team you're rooting for, or just talk some football, because that's what we're doing here. We're hanging out, we're keeping it classy, we're hitting like buttons, and we're sharing links. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
It's a comeback for the ages.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
If it's hot, it's at GNC. And we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness. And the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Have you ever been on DiscountTire.com or AmericasTire.com and wished you could get the same expert advice you would get from the pros in the store? Meet Treadwell, your personal online tire guide that matches you with the perfect tire in 1 minute or less. Treadwell is an online tire buying tool that gives you personalized recommendations based on your location, driving habits, and tire performance. Just enter your vehicle info, zip code, and driving routines. Then Treadwell will match you with the perfect tire. Get your best match in 1 minute or less with Treadwell from Discount Tire and America's Tire.
Jump into the excitement at Golden Nugget Hotel and Casinos. Whether you're looking for a romantic getaway, weekend retreat, or just a day of fun, Golden Nugget Hotel and Casinos offer the perfect destination for the ultimate getaway. Experience the excitement of Fremont Street in downtown Las Vegas, breathtaking oceanic views in Atlantic City, and now with a new location in the heart of South Lake Tahoe. Golden Nugget offers endless entertainment and hot action for everyone. Visit GoldenNugget.com to book your getaway today.
Oh, you know we got it.
Gatorade. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade is the world's most superior sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel.
Y'all got it? Yeah. That's right. Oh, you know we got it. Oh, you know we got it.
Gatorade. Is it in you?
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Start your engine. Never miss a race on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio. Hear the excitement on Channel 90 and the S.
Outside the numbers, caught at the 5 and into the end zone. The kick is up, it is on its way, and it is gone. Throw to your side, it's high and intercepted. To the 40, cuts inside the numbers, he may go. 20, 10, touchdown, throws to the end zone. The ball is gone.
With College Football Live, here's Chris Villani.
Good afternoon, everyone. A huge day of college football ahead on ESPN Radio. We got 3 first-round games of the college football playoff coming your way, and it all kicks off in just a few minutes with the number 6 seed Penn State playing host to 11th-seeded SMU. Of course, this is the first year of the expanded playoff. The Nittany Lions, as happy as anyone to have some extra breathing room to get into the field. They finished in the top 12 in the final CFP poll 6 times and missed out on the tournament because until this year, only 4 teams got in. They got a home game today, taking on a Mustangs team that's won 10 in a row on the road, second longest active streak in the FBS. Both teams coming in with 11 wins, but SMU 8-0 in conference play. First team ever to go undefeated in conference play after making the jump from a group of 5 conference. There'll be about 106,000 expected at Happy Valley. Temperatures probably won't hit 30 degrees. We'll have more on that momentarily. College football on ESPN Radio. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Don't forget to tune in to today's trivia question airing later on in the broadcast. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. The college football playoff kicked off last night. Indiana making the short in-state trip to South Bend to battle Notre Dame. Fighting Irish built a 2-score lead thanks to 155 rushing yards in the first half, 98 of them on a playoff record-long run by Jeremiah Love. Fast forward to the fourth quarter. Irish on the doorstep looking to put it away.
And the snap is back. Leonard, a keeper up to the right, wide open, and he strides into the end zone for a capper on a fantastic Friday night for the Irish. Touchdown Notre Dame, and it's 26-3 over Indiana, and Notre Dame is already thinking about January 1st and a matchup against Georgia.
The call on ESPN Radio, Notre Dame a 27-17 winner over Indiana. They will move on to the All-State Sugar Bowl in the next round of the college football playoff. Georgia awaits. Irish have won 11 straight after that shocking loss to Northern Illinois, and head coach Marcus Freeman on what he's learned about his team since that setback.
You learn the most about an individual or about a relationship in the lowest moments. And that's when I learned what this program was all about, what this year's team was all about. After that loss, it was a team that continued to come together, continue to put in the work necessary to continue to improve. And what you've seen now is a group that is constantly improved and that's playing at as close to its full potential as we can. There's still more.
One quarterfinal set, Notre Dame and Georgia. Winner between SMU and Penn State advances to take on Boise State in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Mustangs head coach Rhett Lashley with Don Davenport on his Southern squad handling the frigid Happy Valley climate.
Coach Lashley, everybody wants to talk about the weather and this big-time road environment when it comes to your team. What has been your message to your guys in regards to that?
Both teams play in the same weather. We're playing on the same surface. It's 11 on 11. I don't think they played a game up here this late in December before either. So, the weather's only going to be an issue if we allow it to be. We played in 30-degree weather in the championship game 2 weeks ago. I think our guys are ready to play. The challenge is going to be Penn State and the team they have and 106,000.
You talk about that, what they do offensively. They give you a lot to look at. What's the key for your defense to make sure that you don't let them get into rhythm?
Yeah, you got to have great eye discipline, and what it does is they aren't that complicated in what they actually do, but they just present it in so many different ways, different formations. It's what good offenses do, and you can get your eyes out of line and you can turn a guy loose, or it just doesn't allow you to be as aggressive. So we got to get our cleats in the grounds. We got to attack, and they're going to make some plays. We just got to get them on the ground, keep them out of the end zone.
SMU taking on Penn State. Nittany Lions head coach James Franklin told Don what he'll be telling his team before they take the field in just a few minutes.
Well, Coach Franklin, a chance to make history today, the first college football playoff game right here in your own backyard. What will be your final message to your guys in that locker room?
Yeah, just enjoy it, appreciate it. A lot of programs are talking about 4-game season in the playoffs. It's not. It's a 1-game season. And we got to take advantage of the 65 plays we get on offense, 65 plays we get on defense, and 20 plays on special teams. And how we approach those plays will obviously determine whether we get a chance to continue playing.
You talk about those plays on defense. You face an SMU offense that thrives on tempo. What do you have to do to slow them down?
Yeah, obviously that can be a strength or a weakness. If you can create 3 and outs and get the ball back, it's a real positive for your team, but it's going to be a challenge. They do a great job with it. It's something we've worked on all year long, but obviously this week as well.
It's Penn State and SMU. The winner will advance in the college football playoff, and we are ready for football. The first of 3 games today in the college football playoff on ESPN Radio. Out we go to Beaver Stadium in Happy Valley with Don Davenport and Louis Riddick. Here's Bob Wischusen.
Chris, thanks very much. Fireworks blasting into the sky. It is blue sky here as we speak over Beaver Stadium, but it's a blizzard warning throughout Beaver Stadium itself, except for a little patch of blue and red in the upper deck to our left and down in the lower deck to our right. Louis Riddick. It's snow basically everywhere else, a total whiteout, and it's a terrific scene. About 106,000 here for round 1 of the college football playoff. Penn State and SMU, and as Chris said, the winner advances to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. The Boise State Broncos await this, a wonderful clash of styles, a lot of different storylines. It's going to be a really interesting game.
It is, Bob. Look, I tell you, this is really, at this time of year, regardless of the level of competition you're talking about when you're talking about football, this is a line of scrimmage football game in this kind of weather. Which team can dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball? We know Penn State loves to run it. We know that they have 2 powerful running backs in Singleton and Allen. And for SMU, their defensive line has been good against stopping the run all season long. They're going to have to man up in this game. SMU has the ball. You better protect it. Kevin Jennings cannot be putting the ball on the ground, cannot put it in harm's way. And they are going to have to run the football as well, because if they think they can turn this into a drop-back game and a spread-it-around-the-field type of game against this Penn State defense, I think it'll be a long afternoon.
If it's strength on strength, Penn State during the regular season, number 1 in the Big Ten, and a top 20 team in America running the football. A little over 200 yards per game. The SMU defense, number 4 in America and number 1 in the ACC, stopping the run. They held the opposition to under 94 yards per game, running the football. As you said, and I guess that's the biggest question, at the line of scrimmage, Can their defense hold up against Nick Singleton, against Katron Allen, and against the rush attack of Penn State?
Yeah, and look, Andy Koltnecki told us yesterday when we talked to him in production meetings that he's not going to try and just pound this ball downhill between the tackles over and over again and basically just beat his head up against the wall. He wants to get the SMU defense moving laterally, which means outside zones, stretch plays, get them running laterally, and then Singleton and Allen can kind of crease them and get the ball north and south. Let's see if he can do that. Let's see what they have in terms of creativity, Bob, as far as getting the ball to Tyler Warren. Everyone knows him, the do-it-all tight end from Penn State. Let's see what happens in that regard, too.
And it looks like we will see the Penn State offense to begin. As we just had the coin toss, SMU won the toss. They have deferred, so they're going to put their defense out there against the Penn State rush attack to begin. Again, Bob Wischusen and Louis Riddick. We're upstairs in the cozy confines of the press box. Don Davenport, She's braving the elements down on the field. Dawn, it seems chilly down there, certainly for you, and I guess the elements might be the biggest question for SMU, how they handle it today.
Yeah, no doubt, Bob. Yeah, you guys enjoy it up there because the wind is swirling down here. SMU's average practice temperature in Dallas last week, guys, 65 degrees. It's currently 25 with a feel-like temp of 13, and I mentioned that wind. It has not stopped. When I talked to linebacker Kobe Wilson this week, brought up an old Nick Saban classic quote. He called all the talk about this team not being used to this weather rat poison. He said it's not raining, it's just cold. Tight end Matthew Hibner told me if cold weather stops us from playing SMU ball with a chance at a title run, then we have some serious reflecting to do. Guys, this SMU team has embraced that chip on their shoulder, that underdog mentality this week. After their ACC title game loss, they felt that game prepared them for this game. They're better equipped now to roll with the punches when adversity strikes.
Lewis, I guess to Dawn's point, it is all well and good to say we both have to play in the elements. We can flip the switch, but to have the 75-degree team come up here and play in temperatures that right now are at 25 degrees with a wind chill in the mid-teens, and that is as warm as it's going to be at any point during this game. The temperature is scheduled to even drop a few degrees during this game. How hard is it to flip that switch and turn it off?
It's hard, Bob, but I'll tell you what, once you get out there and you get moving around, it really does become just really a game of football, blocking and tackling, making sure you're doing the right thing, protecting the football. Let's just boil it down to this. Protecting the football is going to be paramount today. The team that does that better than the other will win this ball game.
Colin Rogers has it teed up for SMU. He kicks it deep, and we are underway, and this is returnable as you would expect. Nick Singleton from the 5 brings it out to his right, to the 10, to the 20, and he gets hit at about the 30-yard line and drives the pile out to about the 31. So that is where this Penn State offense will begin for the first time. And again, Drew Aller at quarterback, the junior already announcing that he is going to come back for his senior season next year. And he has 2 workhorse running backs to hand the ball off to in Singleton and Katron Allen, as they both ran for over 800 yards during the regular season. But they go empty on first down as they will now motion Singleton into the backfield to his right. Aller in the shotgun. 3 receivers left at their own 30-yard line. Swing pass Singleton in the left flat. He is met at the 30 and swarmed under. Maybe gained a half yard on first down. It's going to be second down and long for Penn State to begin.
And that's what you're going to need to see out of this SMU defense against this explosive Penn State offense. Tackling well in space. These backs are huge. Singleton, 227. Katron Allen, 229. Can SMU make good tackles in space?
Second down. Quick hitter out on the edge as Trey Wallace makes a catch out across the 35 to about the 37, maybe the 38-yard line. Brandon Crossley made the stop, a gain of 7, so third down and 3 for Penn State, and now they'll huddle up.
Interesting how offensive coordinator Andy Koltnecki in the first 2 plays is opting to attack SMU. Get the ball out on the perimeter, again, stretch the field a little bit horizontally, and seeing if he can get these guys to make some plays in space against their big runners.
Full house backfield. Tyler Warren lines up in the backfield, the big tight end, along with Singleton and Allen. They surround Aller, and now Warren motions from left to right. Shotgun for Aller, third down, drops the throw, looks right, looks left, has time, scrambles to his left, buying time behind the line of scrimmage, breaks a tackle, shovel pass, incomplete. It's going to be a 3 and out to begin for the SMU defense. He tried to shovel one to Liam Clifford, and here comes the punt group for Penn State. So just like that, SMU about to get the ball offensively.
If you're defensive coordinator Scott Simons from SMU, you couldn't ask for a better start. You see the defensive line for SMU, Elijah Roberts, playing with good leverage and rush lane integrity out on the perimeter, continuing to rush the quarterback, make Drew Aller hold the football, make a late decision, get off the field on third down.
Line drive, rugby-style punt. This is going to bounce at the SMU 28-yard line and take an SMU bounce out to the 33. So not much on the punt for Riley Thompson, only a 30-yard punt. And that's going to be good field position now for Kevin Jennings, Brashard Smith, and an SMU offense that, as you said, likes to spread it around. But still, their zone run game is really still, is it not, Lewis, their bread and butter?
It sure is. Look, they are a power spread football team, meaning they want to run the football with physicality, and they've got the wind at their back. You saw that punt kind of died going from our left to right as they put it up in the air. Kevin Jennings has the wind at his back. Maybe they can throw it here in this series.
First down handoff up the middle for Rashard Smith. Nothing there. Right into the heart of the Penn State defense. Zane Durant, Devon Thomas combine on the stop. It's going to be 2nd down and 10. And this is a turbo speed offense. They're right back at the line of scrimmage. Jennings to the shotgun, takes the snap, 4-man rush. Looks left, throws left. Wide open Matthew Hibner. Makes the catch up the left numbers. He's all the way out to midfield. He's got 18 yards and an SMU first down.
And Bob, you already see the Penn State defenders a little bit out of sorts with this hurry-up offense. Look just like it did in the Big Ten championship game against Oregon.
Quick snap, handoff, running left for Rashard Smith with a stiff arm inside the Penn State 45.
Hey,
out of bounds at the 43-yard line, about 8 yards.
You know, Rhett Lashley watches tape just like the rest of us. He said, you know what, we're going to go quick right out of the gate and see if Tom Allen, the defensive coordinator, has things ironed out in terms of their defense getting lined up against fast-tempo offenses.
2nd down and 3. Jennings back to throw. Looks left. Fires a bomb down the left sideline, and it is incomplete inside the 10. Keyshawn Smith, the receiver. A flag thrown. It's going to be pass interference, it would appear, on Penn State as Keyshawn Smith was grabbed inside the 10-yard line by Jalen Kimber.
Yeah, he had a step on him on this go route down the sideline. And Kevin Jennings put it right on him. It's a perfect throw right in the hands of Keyshawn Smith. We said at the beginning of this drive, they have the wind at their back, and you can tell they're trying to take advantage of it, taking that shot down the field here early. And the speed of SMU on the outside evident in this first drive. Keyshawn Smith, Moochie Dixon, Jordan Hudson, these guys can really go, and these corners at Penn State are going to have to respond.
So the grab and the penalty puts it at the 28-yard line at Penn State. Empty backfield, 5 wide. Kevin Jennings now motions Rashard Smith into the backfield to his right. 1st and 10 SMU on their opening drive. Play action, back to throw is Jennings, and he's going to run right up the gut, slides inside the Penn State 25 to the 24-yard line. He picks up 4. Tony Rojas for Penn State forced him into a slide, 2nd down and 6.
That's the X factor. Kevin Jennings' legs. Can he break the pocket? Can he make Penn State pay when they don't get their eyes on him?
2nd and 6. Zone read. Handoff running right. Rashard Smith. He's got 4 more to the Penn State 20-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Dominic DeLuca made the stop. 3rd down and 2. Knocking on the door of the red zone. Opening drive for SMU. No score. Penn State trying to get a line. Quick snap as usual. Handoff. Diving right. Rashard Smith. He's short. He only picked up a yard. So now a decision. 4th down and 1. Rhett Lashley, will he go for it in the red zone at the 19-yard line?
Here comes their big back, L.J. Johnson, number 11. Junior out of Cypress, Texas, 5'10", 219. He's the inside runner. A lot heavier than Rashard Smith. He's a pounder between the tackles. But this tempo, you can see already, Penn State not adjusting to it right away early on in this football game.
I formation, Johnson the I-back. Penn State late running a player onto the field defensively, so they might call timeout. No, SMU will call timeout from the sideline. Before 4th down and 1, the Ponies spend a timeout with 11:14 to go in the opening quarter. No score. Round 1 of the college football playoff, and we are scoreless. You are listening to the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Every fantasy football player has a date with destiny, and this week is yours. The fantasy football playoffs are here. Listen to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio and dominate your competition with expert analysis from a fantasy perspective to help you set a winning lineup.
And he spins his way into the end zone.
Go home a champion, or just go home.
At this point of the year, I want to be invested in teams that are playing for something.
The Fantasy Football Championship, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag, and follow at Sirius.
Thank you, football fans, insiders, for hanging out with us today during this Southern Methodist, I can't even say it, SMU against Penn State University. We're having lots of fun in the chat, and I just wanted to stop and say thank you for being here, because just by being here, you're making a difference in our community in Toronto, because A percentage of our revenue every single month is donated to Sick Kids Hospital. We're firing up a new campaign for Sick Kids, the football frenzy that's going to start in the next round of playoff games throughout the Super Bowl when we do all the NFL playoff games live here on TSI as well. So thank you for being here and making a difference in our community. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team. We'll see you back in the chat.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bob Wishoes and Lewis Riddick, Dawn Davenport, the rest of our crew in the midst of a whiteout here at Beaver Stadium. 11:14 to go in the opening quarter after SMU's defense forced a 3-and-out to begin. Their offense has marched from just across their own 30-yard line all the way into the red zone. But now, Lewis, after SMU called their first timeout, we're about to see them attempt a 4th down and 1 at the Penn State 19-yard line.
Yeah, with the wind at their back right now, Bob, if I'm Rhett Lashley, I'm feeling pretty good about our ability to throw the football when moving as we look at it again from right to left. Kevin Jennings looks comfortable. He looks secure in the pocket. And I know they brought their big back on the field, L.J. Johnson, number 11.
He's still out there.
Which means they may be trying to run this ball between the tackles. I would be more apt to want to throw this football here.
Stone Eby, a big tight end, lines up as the fullback. L.J. Johnson, the tailback. They line up in the I for 4th down and 1 after the timeout. Jennings under center. Takes the handoff. Bootleg out to the right. He's got room. Throws one right. At the goal line, it's bobbled and dropped, incomplete. Hibner, the intended receiver. It looked like Jennings could cruise for the first down. Instead, he threw it down to the goal line, and Cam Miller was there to knock it away from Hibner. And now Penn State gets a stop on downs.
Bob, it's a perfect play call. He has the tight end Hibner wide open. He just puts this on him, puts it out in front of him. It's an easy touchdown. It's just a bad throw on the part of Kevin Jennings. He had the option to run it or throw it, but Hibner is wide open in the end zone, and he just flat out missed him.
So Penn State gets a major break as they've got the ball back. Still no score at their own 19-yard line. 11:08 to go in the opening quarter. Aller in the shotgun. Let's check that. It's a direct snap to Tyler Warren, and the big tight end rumbles to his left and gets bumped out of bounds after a gain of 6.
There you see the special athletic ability of Tyler Warren. At least 3 SMU defenders had attempts at hitting him, trying to hit him low on his thigh pads, down below his knees, and just can't get him on the ground. This guy is a freak of nature now. You put him in the wildcat, they put him in the slot, put him out at wide receiver. He can do it all, and he's going to have to come up big today.
Again, that diamond formation, but now Warren motions from left to right. Shotgun snap, handoff, power football, running right, and trying to dive ahead. Not much there for Allen as he's out to about the Penn State 27-yard line. A gain of a couple. 3rd down and 3 now for Penn State, just inside their own 27.
If the defensive line for SMU can hold up, these linebackers have a lot of speed. You just saw it there with Alexander Kilgore, 54, Ahmad Walker. These guys can track down these Penn State running backs when they're going laterally. Penn State has to get the ball north and south. They have to get the ball going up the field and break some big runs.
Shotgun for Aller. He motions Katron Allen into the backfield to his right. A receiver wide to either side. Takes the snap, drops back, looks left, steps up, looks over the middle, scrambles to his right, tucks it under, he'll run, dives ahead for the first down. Drew Aller scrambles to the 34-yard line, picks up 6. Corey Roberson forced him into a dive, but a 3rd down scramble for Aller, and it's a first down for Penn State.
This is an underrated part of Drew Aller's game. He said to us yesterday, his ability to maybe pick up some first downs with his legs and run with the football when necessary is something he's continuing to evolve with. You saw it in the Big Ten championship against Oregon. It's a nice job by him of picking up the first down, give him a fresh set of downs to work with.
2 backs to his left, pistol formation. That's now Tyler Warren. Motions left to right, 1st and 10 Penn State at their own 33. And a handoff, bouncing it outside right. Katron Allen stumbles and goes down. He might have lost a yard. Forced down by Elijah Roberts. Jared Harrison Hunt in on the stop as well. It's going to be 2nd down and long.
This SMU defense inside is big. Anthony Booker, 6'4", 348, defensive tackle. Harrison Hunt, that you just talked about, 294. Jonathan Jefferson, 315. This is why Colton Eckey said we don't want to run the ball right at him. We want to try and get on the edges and get on the perimeter. Just haven't been able to get outside and crease them at all so far in this game.
Wide left, Amari Evans. Slot left, now motioning left to right, Trey Wallace. Pistol formation, Aller. 2nd and 11 at the Penn State 32. Play action, Aller back to throw. Steps up, shovel pass, wide open. Kaytron Allen, right between the numbers. Scoots up the right hash marks, he's got a first down. Out to the 45-yard line of the Nittany Lions. Isaiah Wacobia brings him down, but that's a gain of 13, and Penn State moves the chains.
Drew Aller just stepping up in the pocket, little one-hand shovel to Kaytron Allen, who's just spotting up over the middle.
And they go hurry up, handoff, Allen running right, stood up though. A loss of a yard, Anthony Booker Jr., super senior. Spent time at Arkansas and Maryland before now finishing his career at SMU, made the stop. How do you think, at least with some of these clear run plays, this SMU defensive line's holding up so far?
Look, they're winning the line of scrimmage for the most part. They are not giving Penn State a whole lot of running room, setting the edges hard on the outside run game, and they've given up nothing between the tackles so far. It's a nice start on part of SMU.
Nicholas Singleton back in the game. He takes the handoff and dives left. He only gets about 3. Jafari Harvey made the stop at the Penn State 47-yard line. So now it's 3rd down for the Nittany Lions, but 3rd down and long midway through the first quarter. We've got an injured member of the SMU defense down on one knee near the line of scrimmage. That's Jared Harrison Hunt. So it looks like we might have an injury timeout. 7:14 to go in the first quarter. No score between Penn State and SMU. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe 4th row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the College Football Playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities.
Hey, football fans, we really appreciate you hanging out with us today from wherever you are watching this stream from. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening to the Penn State and SMU College Football Playoff game. Last night during the Indiana-Notre Dame game, we had people from all over the United States watching and all over the world. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let's see if we can cover all 50 states in the chat. Big shout-outs last night to Tennessee, Indiana, South Carolina, Arkansas. We saw so many people from Arkansas. I didn't know that many people lived in Arkansas. Thank you for being here. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from in the chat. Now let's get back to the football.
GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
I'm Chris Villani on ESPN Radio. Clemson, a 3-loss team this year, getting set to visit Texas just after 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Dabo Swinney, why can your team go on a run and win it all?
Why not? Why not? We got good players. We've got good players. We got guys in the trenches. That's usually where games like this and championships start. We got an excellent quarterback that I think is playing at a high level. We got really good skill. We got a team that's close together that believes. And I don't know if you saw the last game, but we got a kicker that can make it.
Yeah, Clemson kicker Nolan Hauser booted a 56-yard game winner against SMU in the ACC Championship. 3 losses in the regular season, but hey, Clemson wins it all. It'll make it like that record never even happened, like it never even happened. Brought to you by ServPro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. Let's get it back to Happy Valley right now, once again with Don Davenport and Lewis Riddick. Here's Bob Wischusen.
And let's go quickly down to Dawn.
Yeah, guys, SMU looked so much more comfortable in this game than they did against Clemson. And Kobe Wilson told me they let the moment be too big for them in that ACC title game. Felt some guys came out trying to do too much, got out of their own process, too many guys freelancing. They learned from that. I think we're seeing that today early.
Well, they forced a big 3rd down here after the injury timeout. 3rd down and 8. Penn State just on their side of the 50. Drew Aller in the shotgun, 3 receivers right, takes the snap, drops back, looks left, floats one left sideline, incomplete, hoping for Trey Wallace, and he led him too far to the sideline. So it looks like the punt group will come back out for Penn State. They went 3 and out on their opening drive. That a 9-play drive. But again, Lewis, it stalls, so that's back-to-back punts forced by the SMU defense to begin this game.
Yeah, everything is a struggle right now for Penn State as far as their running game is concerned. They're not getting the kind of creases and the kind of room that they're looking for. And in the pass game right now, give some credit to this SMU defense. The secondary playing well, especially on the edges.
Riley Thompson, another short punt into the wind. It floats to the near sideline and takes a sideways bounce out of bounds at the SMU 20-yard line. The first punt went 30 yards. That one goes 33. So in terms of flipping field position, can't ask for much more if you're SMU than that, as they've got the football back again, 6:51 to go in a scoreless first quarter. And they got all the way down with a wide-open receiver at the goal line, did the SMU offense, but missed on a 4th down play as Kevin Jennings had Matthew Hibner alone at the goal line and couldn't connect after a promising opening drive. Now the Ponies' second possession starts on the left hash. Twin receivers to either side. Jennings in the shotgun, Hibner in motion. Handoff up the middle, trying to bounce right for Rashard Smith. And he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on first down. Josiah Izzard on the tackle.
It's Penn State defensive front. Now they can control the line of scrimmage as well as any team in the country. Deny Dennis Sutton, Josiah Izzard, Zane Durant, Abdul Carter. That is as good a group of a front four as you'll see. They need to control this. They need to turn this into a drop-back game for Kevin Jennings, the quarterback of SMU.
3 receivers right. Keyshawn Smith solo left. Back to throw out of the shotgun. Jennings flips it over the middle. And it's intercepted. Picked off, running right. Dominic DeLuca. He's at the 10. 5. Pick 6. Touchdown. Penn State scores on defense, and they've got the early lead.
That's exactly what Penn State wants to do. They want to put this in the hands of Kevin Jennings because they feel as though their pass rush will win and they will be able to break on the football. That's just a bad misread on the part of Kevin Jennings. Dominic DeLuca, right place, right time. Pick 6, and now this crowd has gotten into it.
The point after attempt for Ryan Barker. Down the middle and good. Well, if there was an Achilles heel for SMU during the season, turning the football over, that is their 22nd giveaway of the year. They were 106th in FBS in turning it over. And the pick 6 by DeLuca gives Penn State the lead. With 6:08 to go in the first quarter, it's Penn State 7 and SMU nothing. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah. And with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more...
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's listening to the Penn State and the SMU college football playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider, hanging out with us, chatting it up, having a good time. Thank you for being here. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game from now till the national championship. Thank you so much for being here, and as well, every Toronto sports event, the Leafs, the Raptors, everything. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for becoming insiders and hitting that subscribe button.
But there's a lot more that went wrong on this play. They had some pass protection mishaps up front. The center turns loose. Keziah Izzard, the defensive tackle for Penn State. He has a free run, and Kevin Jennings' face coming right down the middle. Kevin hurried up his release. Brashard Smith was not ready for the ball. He threw it over his head, and Dominic DeLuca, right place, right time. I mean, that's how it works. It's going to fall on Kevin Jennings. That second one, a little bit more to it, but nevertheless, that is a huge opportunity that Penn State took advantage of. And again, Kevin's going to have to take care of this football if SMU is going to stay in this game.
Gabriel Wosu is the kickoff specialist for Penn State. Into the wind. He is going to kick this one as deep as he possibly can. It's going to be returnable, you would think, for Smith as it takes a sideways hop out of bounds at about the 3-yard line. So that's going to bring it out to the 35 for SMU.
Illegal kick out of bounds. Number 99 on the kicking team. Ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
And now for Kevin Jennings, we find out what kind of amnesia he has and needs to have to get his team in recovery mode after missing a touchdown that should have been on their opening drive and now giving Penn State a touchdown on that last possession.
Yeah, we've seen this young man be faced with adversity before within games, and he is cool, calm, and collected. He always finds a way to center himself. He's on the road against a very, very good defense and hostile crowd. This will be his biggest test of the season.
Crowd going wild here in Happy Valley. Jennings barking out signals to his offensive line. Brashard Smith to his right in the backfield. Hibner and H-back left. Pitch to the right. Smith jitterbugs up the right sideline, breaks a tackle, and he's bumped out of bounds at the 40-yard line of SMU. He picks up 5. Kobe King flows over to make the stop. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for the Ponies at their own 40.
You see Penn State doing a nice job this series of getting adjusted quickly, feet in the ground, as they said. They want to be set at the snap.
Straight ahead handoff. Brashard Smith again. This time picks up 3.5. Denied Dennis Sutton on the tackle. 3rd down and 1.5 yards just across SMU's own 43.
This is an important down here. Important 3rd down for SMU. They need to go ahead and convert this and continue to settle things down. The Penn State defense.
Jennings, handoff. Brashard Smith stopped at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down and at least 1.5 yards. Jalen Reed and DeLuca rifling up to the line. It'll be a 3 and out. And here comes the punt group for SMU down by 7.
This is a nice job on this series of the front. Playing strong at the point of attack. The safety's coming downhill against this running game. Jalen Reed, one of the more physical players in their secondary, the senior out of Detroit, Michigan. 6 foot, 209 pounds, flying around this field. They're going to ask him to do a lot of things against this SMU run game today.
Isaac Pearson will punt it from just about the 30-yard line of SMU. And it is a knuckleball line drive that goes out of bounds on the SMU bench to the near side left, a shank that probably got barely to the Penn State 35-yard line. Let's see where they mark it out. It's at about the Penn State 32-yard line. That's a 25-yard punt. So Penn State with excellent field position, 4:41 to go in the opening quarter, and they've got a 7-0 lead. Special teams has already failed to change field position for both teams.
It sure has. Look, again, it's cold. The ball's a little bit slick. The ball's going to feel rock solid, like you're kicking a cinder block when you're out here. And the way this wind is swirling around, looking at the flags on the flagpole, the wind was moving decidedly from right to left as we look at it here on the SMU sideline. Now those flags are kind of like going all over the place. So it's hard to tell how the ball's being affected down there as far as special teams are concerned. But again, SMU has found themselves in holes before, Bob. They have dug themselves out of it. This Penn State, though, this team is very much so momentum-oriented here with this great crowd. If this offense gets going, this game could get out of sorts and get away from SMU quickly. They need to continue to respond and stay in it, and their quarterback has to settle down.
That's Louis Riddick. I'm Bob Wischusen. Dawn Davenport with us here as well in Happy Valley. And this game could teeter right now for SMU the same way that we saw the game get out of hand last night for Indiana. How much of a danger zone is this now for SMU? And I guess, how disappointed were you last night in how Indiana responded, or were you that much more impressed with overall how Notre Dame played?
Yeah, you know what? Look, I think sometimes people think that players and coaches don't hear what people are saying in the media and the kind of, big statements people are making. I think Notre Dame heard a lot of the talk that was coming from Indiana, from the coaches and everyone else, about how, they deserve to be in the CFP and that they had not only beaten, but they had beaten the you-know-what out of some highly ranked teams, and that they deserved to be there. And Notre Dame said, okay, it's a show-me game. Let's see what you do when you get out here on the field. And I'll tell you, I wasn't shocked at Notre Dame's defense. We saw them earlier this year against Georgia Tech. We know they can play lights out, and they were lights out last night for sure. The running game got going. Riley Leonard, he was efficient, methodical as far as the way he managed that offense. It was a disappointing showing on the part of Indiana. I thought they would be better, especially the quarterback, at throwing the football, creating some explosives. He did some of that later, but they were never really in it. You never got the chance that they were in that game in any way, shape, or form.
So Penn State now back to the offense. They have a 7-0 lead, but their offense hasn't scored yet. The SMU defense has forced 2 punts, a 3-and-out on the opening possession for Penn State. Their second possession was a 9-play drive, but it got to midfield before it stalled. So they have yet to run offense on SMU's half of the field, and yet they've got a 7-0 lead. Good field position here, though, at their own 32-yard line to begin this drive, with Drew Aller in the shotgun, and Singleton to his left, in motion from right to left is Singleton. Back to throw. Aller looks right, throws right, little check down. That's the tight end Khalil Dinkins, who runs right out to the 45-yard line, picks up 13 yards and a first down. Alexander Kilgore brings him down, but Dinkins, kind of an underrated weapon in the shadow of Tyler Warren, but that's his 12th catch on the season.
Yeah, he's a good-looking athlete, 6'4", 253 pounds. He's a heck of a blocker. He's one of those guys who, on the line of scrimmage, he can pass protect. He has got good run skills. He's got good hands, as you saw just there. And when they are able to get the ball to him, he can do some things with it in the open field.
Pistol formation, 1st and 10, handoff Singleton, bouncing it right, gets the sideline to the 50, to the 45-40 of SMU before he's finally run out of bounds. That's another first down. Harrison Hunt made the stop for SMU, but that's a gain of 14. And crossing the 50-yard line is Penn State in business. 1st and 10 at the 41. Quick snap, back to throw. Aller steps up in the pocket, looks right, throws one up the seam. He's got Tyler Warren. A bullet of a pass to the 26-yard line of SMU. Another first down.
Now you're starting to see Drew Aller get a little bit more comfortable finding his safety security blanket, and Tyler Warren pushing the ball to these tight ends now. In the middle of the field, short, crisp passes. Don't put the ball up in the air into the wind, trying to cut it through the wind. Being decisive with where he wants to go with the football. Now Penn State on the move.
3:10 to go in the first quarter. Clock rolling. 7-0 Penn State. And they are inside the 27-yard line of SMU with a first down. Shotgun for Aller. Singleton and Allen both on the field. Little zone reach. Shovel pass. There goes Tyler Warren up the middle, but he's bottled up. Gain of 2. Well diagnosed by Ahmad Walker and the SMU defense. They didn't take the bait with the motion, jet sweep motion, and Tyler Warren had nowhere to go after catching the shovel pass.
I like how Penn State's speeding it up now, giving SMU a little taste of their own medicine with the hurry up.
Aller, little bubble screen out to the left. That's bobbled and dropped. Singleton couldn't hold on. So now it's 3rd down and 8 at the 24-yard line of SMU's. This is a big down, it feels like, for the SMU defense, Lewis, to try to get a stop and get off the field here, hold to a field goal attempt.
No question. Kicking into the wind. So if you're Penn State and you're Drew Aller, you know Andy Koltnecki's telling him in his headset, look, we don't want any sacks, no negative plays. We're right on the fringe of field goal distance right now. We can go ahead and go up 10. Got to be smart with your decision-making here, and if you're SMU, you want to hold them here, make them attempt a difficult field goal.
Pre-snap motion. Trey Wallace from left to right. Shotgun for Aller. Back to throw. Here comes an all-out blitz. He's under pressure. He will go down. Sacked back to the SMU 29-yard line. A loss of 6 as Elijah Roberts came through, but that was all-out pressure dialed up by Rhett Lashley and Scott Simons, the defensive coordinator. And now what do you do if you're Penn State? You might not be in field goal range at the 29-yard line. It's 4th and 13.
I mean, that's worst case scenario. We just talked about it. That's worst case scenario for Penn State. Now you're knocked out of field goal position with this wind in your face. They don't want to punt it. They're lining up like they're going to go for it here on 4th and 13.
Wow. Bunch set left. Solo right, Tyler Warren. Aller in the shotgun. Will they snap it on 4th and 13? Aller takes the snap, drops back, 4-man rush. Under pressure again. Here comes the rush. He's dodging it to his left. A check down to the left flat, incomplete. Threw it behind Katron Allen. A turnover on downs for the SMU defense. They get a huge stop.
That's a gigantic stop, Bob. I mean, you know what? You can almost feel the decision-making process going through James Franklin's head. We're too far away to punt, to attempt a field goal. A punt may go up in the air. It may be a 1 or 2 yard punt. What's the worst-case scenario here? We just give them the ball right here, in plus territory? Well, we might as well go ahead and try it. You know that's kind of what he was thinking. Putting the pressure on his defense now. But if you're SMU, man, that's exactly how you wanted this series to turn out.
So SMU back to the offense from their own 29-yard line. Jennings lines up in the shotgun. Counter handoff. L.J. Johnson Jr. breaks a tackle. Scoots to his right across the 30, across the 35. Out to the SMU 37-yard line. Kobe King brings him down, but that's a gain of 8 yards on first down for the Mustangs. We were talking about it with the guys on the pregame show, watching field goals in this direction. You had kicks from just outside of 40 yards that weren't reaching the crossbar into that wind, so it massively affects your coaching decisions. Back to throw, Jennings on 2nd and 2. Scrambles right, whips one down the right sideline, incomplete. He just overthrew Romello Brinson. Flag down at the line of scrimmage as well. If the play stands, it's 3rd down and 2 for SMU at their own 37-yard line. We'll have to check the marker. It looks like this one might be against SMU.
Number 54 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, 2nd down.
A holding penalty against the left tackle, Savion Byrd. And it will be now 2nd down and 12 for SMU back inside their own 30-yard line.
Yeah, Savion Byrd had lost Abdul Carter, the do-it-all All-American pass rusher to Penn State, to his outside. Carter was about to unleash on Kevin Jennings. Maybe have a blindside hit. He just grabbed him. If there's ever a good hold, maybe that was one of them right there.
Trips to the left. Jennings in the shotgun. Rashard Smith to his left. In motion from left to right goes Roderick Daniels. Jennings back to throw. Screen pass left. Caught by Rashard Smith at the 25. Dodges a tackler across the 30. Ripping at the ball was Kobe King. And in the process brings down Rashard Smith at about the SMU 34-yard line with 45 seconds to go in the first quarter. They got about half of what they needed. So now, big play here, Lewis, 3rd down and 5 for the Ponies at their own 34.
Yeah, they need to take advantage of all the time that they get with the wind at their back. Only about 33 seconds here left in this first quarter. And then they're going to have to try and throw this ball and drive the ball into the wind. You need to keep this drive going, and if you're Penn State, you want to hold them down in here, get good field position, and then let your offense work with the wind at its back.
2 receivers bunched to either side. Jennings in the shotgun, 12 seconds to go in the quarter. Back to throw. 5-man rush. He's out of the pocket, running right. Throws across his body. First down catch is made by Keyshawn Smith. He got just enough. Out to the 39-yard line. That should take us to the end of the first quarter. But moving the chains before the end of the quarter, it appears SMU, yes, they say without measurement, it is an SMU first down. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Penn State with a 7-0 lead over SMU. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like when Boise State trailed by 7 points with 18 seconds to play and faced a 4th and 18 in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. With a win probability sitting at a 0.1%, the Broncos pulled off a 50-yard hook and ladder play to force overtime and then won it in overtime 43-42.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
In SEC country, the key to our confidence comes from having a goal.
Cover 3, ready?
And knowing just how we're going to get there.
8 seconds, it's plenty of time.
So in these pivotal moments, we come together for inspiration and a plan. Financial confidence in SEC country works that way too, when you and your banker get together to create your personal Regions Green Print plan.
I think that'll really work. Thanks.
So let's huddle up, because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
Harry Douglas here for Technique's new noise-canceling True Wireless AZ80 earbuds. Techniques has been revolutionizing the audio game for almost 60 years. With multi-point connection of up to 3 devices at the same time, the AZ80s let you go from leading a meeting to listening to a podcast to taking a call seamlessly. Visit us.techniques.com/sports for special holiday deals on the AZ80s today. That's us.technics.com/sports.
Mommy and Moana, together again.
Can I get a chee-hoo?
This holiday season, if you can watch one movie,
Hey, you wanted to come this time.
make sure it's
Moana!
Moana.
Moana!
Moana.
Moana!
Moana. You might want to hold on.
Disney's Moana 2, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters. Tickets available now.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Round 1 of the College Football Playoff. SMU and Penn State set for the start of the second quarter. The Nittany Lions have a 7-0 lead. The winner of this game advances to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl to take on Boise State. A defensive touchdown for Penn State. A Dominic DeLuca pick 6. And I'm sure, Don Davenport, that must have fired up that Penn State bench. You're down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will tell you this, Bob, after SMU's very first drive of this game, that Penn State defense had heated discussions on the sideline about handling the tempo. Jalen Reed, communication issues. He was all over his teammates. They have since settled in, and I'll tell you, Jalen Reed, the real deal. He was not having it. Made sure his defense was ready to go.
Hard to be ready against the tempo of SMU. Start of the second quarter. A handoff to Johnson, running left, and they were ready for him there. No gain. Devon Thomas, Kobe King sandwich him at the line of scrimmage. So 2nd down and 10 for SMU at their own 39-yard line. Bob Wischusen along with Lewis Riddick. You heard Don Davenport, our coverage of round 1 of the College Football Playoff. Second quarter just underway. Penn State 7, SMU nothing. Kevin Jennings in the shotgun takes the snap. Screen out to the right. Caught. Roderick Daniels gets a block. Gets down the sideline at the Penn State 50. Inside the 45. Out of bounds at the Nittany Lions 41-yard line. A nice cut to the outside for Roderick Daniels. Got a block as well. And Lewis picked up 20.
Yeah, Roderick Daniels and Brashard Smith, those are their 2 home run hitters. Roderick Daniels will be used all over the field as a wide receiver, as a running back in the slot. He'll be used everywhere, just like they'll use Brashard Smith. And then don't be fooled by his 186-pound stature you saw right there. He can bounce off tackles, and he can just rip big plays down the field. Looks like we have an SMU player down on the sideline.
I actually think it's Zakee Wheatley, who's the safety for Penn State who came over and made the tackle. He tackled Roderick Daniels out of bounds and then never got back up.
Gotcha.
So an injury timeout to Zakee Wheatley, who was surrounded on the SMU sideline. So one of the starting safeties. And really, they said it was going to be Jalen Reed, Zakee Wheatley, and then a true freshman, DeJuan Lane, who backs up both of those safeties, who would come in a 3-man rotation. So if they were to lose Wheatley, the next guy up would be a true freshman, Lewis, against the tempo of this SMU offense. That's not easy, but good to see Zakee Wheatley, who is up and is able to walk over to the Penn State bench on his own. Hopefully just the wind knocked out of him on that tackle.
Yeah, he was just pursuing hard to the sideline. and kind of came out of his shoes and really made a nice diving tackle attempt on Roderick Daniels. These two safeties, Wheatley and Jalen Reed, they will hunt now, and they run to the football with bad intentions. They need him on the field against this high-powered offense.
1st and 10 SMU at the Penn State 41. Here comes a blitz off the edge. Jennings throws right behind it. Cut down on the screen. Rashard Smith, nowhere to go. Cam Miller rifled up to make the tackle for a 6-yard loss all the way back to the Penn State 47-yard line.
We really like this Penn State secondary. All of these guys are fast, they're physical, they're good tacklers. They run hard to the football, great competitors. And they're going to need to be all of that against these perimeter players. You can already tell how the passing game looks different now going left to right. Can't throw the football into this wind the same way, a much more lateral passing game.
Penn State again shows blitz, 2nd and 16. They rush 4. A pass left, incomplete. Quick trigger from Jennings right through the hands of Roderick Daniels on a little button hook that would have been no more than about a 5-yard gain. So now, after the catch and run by Roderick Daniels, setting SMU up in plus territory, they're facing 3rd down and 16.
Yeah, that ball went right through the hands of Roderick Daniels. It was on the money. He just couldn't get his arms around, a lot of heat on it. 3rd and long, this is not where you want to be against this Penn State rush.
Jennings in the shotgun. Rashard Smith to his right. And Jennings looking over to the sideline, trying to get some instructions and a play call in. Hard to do. Thunderous noise here at Beaver Stadium. And now he has to call timeout with the play clock winding down. 13 and a half minutes to go before halftime. Penn State 7, SMU nothing. We have a timeout. You are listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, this is Chris Childers. The show pony joined me after the game on Mad Dog Sports Radio. I'll break down this game and all the early college football action and give you the chance to weigh in on the phones. Plus, we'll listen live to the big moments for the afternoon games and preview the primetime tilt. It's all on Mad Dog Sports Radio after the game on Channel 82 or on the SiriusXM app.
After your college football Saturday wraps up, it continues on College Football Overtime. Here are the top plays. Touchdown! My goodness! And from the top playmakers.
Will Howard good enough to join us?
It's College Football Overtime with Denton Day.
He's an alien! He's a freak! He's a mutant! He's the best player in college football!
Every Saturday starting at 11 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and on the SiriusXM app.
Sports Grid Radio on SiriusXM has you covered this NFL season.
The Saints and Packers wrap up Week 16 of the NFL season on Monday Night Football. The Packers open as a massive 14-point favorite with a total of 42. Can the Saints pull off a massive upset, or will the Packers keep rolling? Make sure you tune into Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio, Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
I'm Chris Villani at ESPN Radio. Texas and Clemson getting set to kick it off from Austin just after 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Longhorns a 2-touchdown favorite, but the red zone's been a challenge. Texas at 4.42 points per trip this year, ranking just 67th nationally. Head coach Steve Sarkisian on how to get better.
Yeah, I think just recalibrating when we hit the red area. You know, we've stubbed our toe a variety of ways when we've gotten there. Penalties have hurt us. Turnovers have hurt us there. The play caller, myself, can press at times when you get there because you want to score. So the reality of it is we're moving the ball really well, but the key to the drill is we got to get the ball in the paint. And I think tonight's going to come down to our ability to execute when we get those opportunities.
Bright side for Texas, they were 107th in points per red zone trip a season ago. Look inside the numbers, brought to you by GNC. At GNC, they're not waiting on the sidelines. Let them help you build muscle, lose weight, or hit your wellness goals. Fuel your fitness at GNC. Back to Penn State we go with Don Davenport and Lewis Riddick. Here's Bob Wischusen.
Yeah, Chris, really interested to see if Clemson, an ACC team on the road, can stay in it in that game in Austin. Right now, SMU, an ACC team, trying to stay in it on the road at Beaver Stadium, facing 3rd down and 16 early second quarter in plus territory. Kevin Jennings out of the pocket, rolling to his right at midfield. Dumps one right, intercepted. Wide open, Tony Rojas, and he breaks a tackle at the 40, down to the 30-yard line, into the open field to the 20, to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! It's another pick six! Tony Rojas found himself in the open field after Kevin Jennings floated one right into his arms. Jennings has thrown 2 interceptions, the first to Dominic DeLuca, now to Tony Rojas, and they have both been taken to the house by the Nittany Lions.
These are just absolute game-killing mistakes on the part of Kevin Jennings. That's 3 bad throws, a missed touchdown, pressure in his face on the second interception to Dominic DeLuca where he overthrows Rashard Smith, and that one's just unacceptable. Late in the down, you start trying to make something out of nothing. Instead of just throwing the ball away, living the fight another day, you cannot just float the ball and put it up for grabs. That ball had no chance of being completed. And I'll tell you, the linebackers right now for Penn State, Dominic DeLuca, Tony Rojas can run. That showed up on tape, and you saw it on that interception right there, going right to left as we look at it. He took off. This Penn State defense answering the bell today.
14 points on the board for Penn State, all on defense. Dominant performance so far for the Penn State defense. 13:09 to go before halftime. It's 14-0 Penn State over SMU. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years.
Oh, hey, you. How are you?
Is it Diane or Diana or possibly
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us today for Penn State Nittany Lions hosting SMU the Mustangs. We really appreciate you being here. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us and cheer on the team you're rooting for, or just talk some football, because that's what we're doing here. We're hanging out, we're keeping it classy, we're hitting like buttons, and we're sharing links. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Kevin Jennings with a pair of pick-6 interceptions. The first to Dominic DeLuca of Penn State. Now Tony Rojas takes one to the house. And the Nittany Lions with a 14-0 lead over SMU as we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Once the games are over, relive the biggest plays of the day with me, Denton Day, on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Kickoff from Gabriel Wosu. Line drive, end over end with the wind at his back. This one will reach the end zone for a touchback over the head of Rashard Smith. So now Kevin Jennings and the SMU offense back on the field after another defensive touchdown scored by Penn State. Bob Wischusen here with Lewis Riddick. Dawn Davenport is with us as well. And they are very happy in Happy Valley. And their offense, Lewis, hasn't even had to produce yet. They just have not, Penn State, had to have made any mistakes because Kevin Jennings and the SMU offense have handed them 14 points.
Yeah, we said it at the top. Turnover differential will decide this game. And right now, Kevin Jennings is putting the ball in harm's way too often.
Jennings, play action, rolls out to his right. Simple pass in the right flat. And Brashard Smith scoots up the right sideline, out of bounds at the 35 of SMU for 10. And a first down. Kobe King forced him out. So they kept it simple that time. High percentage throw, and Jennings found Brashard Smith right back at the line of scrimmage. He is set in the shotgun. Takes the snap, hands to Brashard Smith up the middle, breaks it free at the 40. Jitterbugs across the 50-yard line, spins to the Penn State 48. A gain of 16. Another SMU first down.
That's what they're going to have to do, especially going in this direction. The wind played a factor in that last interception. The ball just got knocked down. It died on him. And Rojas was able to come up with the pick. But that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to run the football. Short passing game.
Empty backfield, 5 wide. Jennings trying to quarterback draw, and he is bottled up behind the line of scrimmage and brought down for a loss of a couple. Keziah Izzard denied Dennis Sutton, controlling the pocket and bringing down Jennings. It'll be second down and long at midfield.
This is where things get hairy for SMU, and they play right into the wheelhouse at Penn State. These second and long situations, you have negative plays on first down.
And off Brashard Smith, runs right for only about 2. Kobe King tripped him up. So now, third down and at least 9 at the Penn State 48-yard line.
This is where you wonder, will Rhett Lashley just take a conservative approach here? Because now you got to push the ball down the field in order to pick this down and distance up, or get some kind of screen going, some kind of tunnel screen. Maybe you just run the football, but then punting it is like an adventure in and of itself.
11:22 to go before halftime. Third down and 9. SMU at the Penn State 48. 2 receivers to the far side left. 2 receivers stacked to the near side right. Jennings, shotgun, back to throw. Looking right, rolling right. Throws back across the middle. Incomplete. Underthrew Roderick Daniels, who tried to find a soft spot in the Penn State zone. Some coverage underneath from A.J. Harris as he got in the passing lane. And now it will be fourth down at midfield. And SMU will be forced to punt, down 14-0. 4 minutes gone by in the second quarter.
That's probably the best result you could hope for right there. But he was, again, going to throw that ball across his field, across his body, into the middle of the field, into the wind. The ball just died on him.
Isaac Pearson with the end-over-end punt. Fair catch called for and made at the 9-yard line by Zion Tracy of Penn State. So in terms of a field position flip, SMU does get the job done as Penn State will start at their own 9-yard line, but they have a 14-0 lead with 10:59 to go in the second quarter.
Now if you're Penn State, you're thinking, hey, let's try and if we can go up 3 scores here, wins at our back now, passing game should maybe open up a little bit and get this running game going. Put this team down 3 scores before we go in at the half. Nice long clock-eating drive. That's got to be in their thinking right now.
They put the ball at the Penn State 10-yard line. First and 10, Nittany Lions. Shotgun set and a handoff. Running left for 3 yards is Nick Singleton. Ahmad Moses made the stop for the Ponies.
If you're SMU, you want to force a 3 and out. Try and get a good return or something. You want to operate on their side of the 50. It's just too hard moving the football in this direction. And you don't want to go in at halftime with no points on the board.
Wide right, Trey Wallace. Slot right, Liam Clifford. Now trips to the right with Tyler Warren. Again in the shotgun, Drew Aller. Second down on a long 7, close to 8 at the 12-yard line. Slant right, incomplete through the hands of Tyler Warren. Let's head down to Dawn.
Bob, I was standing next to the SMU defense after that last Jennings pick 6. Their heads dropped, look of pure dejection. The boot change was so obvious. You immediately saw senior Elijah Roberts get up and tell his teammates to stay in it, that they've got to do more, and that on this drive, they've got to get their own pick 6.
You hear coaches say that to quarterbacks all the time, right? You have to value the football because that football is not just yours, it's everybody's. And when you make that mistake, it affects the entire team. 3rd down and a long 7, close to 8 for Penn State, just across their own 12. Aller, shotgun, back to throw. Looks left, slant left, and it is caught, maybe short of the 1st down. The catch made by Trey Wallace, but he's short. Brought down by Jalen Davis-Robinson at the Penn State 19-yard line. It's 4th down and 1. The Nittany Lions with a 14-0 lead, leaving their offense on the field. Could this be anything other than a hard count from their own 19-yard line, Lewis?
I don't know, but I mean, look, this is 4th and real short. This could be a turning point play here for SMU if you can go ahead and stop this.
They are going to quarterback sneak it. The old school tush push for Aller. I don't know that he got there.
That spot looks short. It's almost right down the line from where we're sitting.
Did SMU get a stop on downs at the Penn State 20-yard line? Does SMU have the football back in the red zone? Penn State pointing ahead. They think they've got the 1st down.
Where those refs came running in to mark that was short. I don't know where they're going to ultimately spot the ball, but where they came running in, it was short.
It's going to be short. Penn State with a 14-point lead goes for it on 4th down at their own 20-yard line, and they've turned it over on downs. What a breath of life back into this game for SMU.
That is a huge, huge turning point here. Now, what do they do with it? Tried to go with the Philadelphia Eagles-style tush push.
Oh, now you feel like this is a must touchdown for SMU, starting in the red zone to try to get back in this game down by 2 scores. Kevin Jennings, quarterback run, takes the snap, runs right, down to the 15-yard line, and he's down to about the 13. He picks up 7 on 1st down, hammered down to the ground by Kobe King, but it's going to be 2nd down and 3 in the red zone for SMU. 9:15 to go before halftime. Down 14-0, right back to the line. 2nd down and 4, handoff. Rashard Smith up the middle. He's got a 1st down. Down to the 6-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for SMU.
Got their foot on the gas now. Operating with a lot of urgency and intensity. Penn State on defense walking around, not getting their feet set.
Another handoff, L.J. Johnson Jr. up the middle. Turn back. No gain, he might have lost a yard. Abdul Carter, tackle for loss, back to the 7. 2nd down and goal.
This is where decision-making becomes critical for Kevin Jennings, and his legs have to play a role down here. Ultimately, you want to run the football in. You don't want to throw it because the windows are so tight, and they're throwing the ball into the wind. So if you're Penn State, you're making sure you are ready for the quarterback run, the zone reads.
3 tight ends all set right. Jennings in the shotgun. Rashard Smith to his left. Takes the snap. Play action. Slant left. Batted in the air and intercepted. Dominic DeLuca. He's got his 2nd pick. He takes it away from Jennings in the red zone and runs it out to the 25-yard line. The Penn State defense does it again. And it's Dominic DeLuca who does it again for the 2nd time here in the 1st half.
They've been running the football well on this drive, and now they try to raise up and throw it into the wind. He throws it with Dominic DeLuca right in his line of sight. It's just baffling decision-making right now on the part of Kevin Jennings, and quite honestly, as far as the play calling is concerned right here.
Disaster for SMU, and Penn State's defense bails them out again. With 8:06 to go before halftime, it is Penn State 14 and SMU nothing. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's listening to the Penn State and the SMU college football playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider, hanging out with us, chatting it up, having a good time. thank you for being here. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game from now till the national championship. Thank you so much for being here, and as well, every Toronto sports event, the Leafs, the Raptors, everything. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for becoming insiders and hitting that subscribe button.
Even happened. Like when Texas Tech found themselves down 38-7 with under 8 minutes left in the third quarter of the 2006 Insight Bowl. The Mike Leach-led offense scored 31 unanswered points to force overtime, and then won it in overtime by a score of 44-41.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bob Wischusen and Louis Riddick, Don Davenport. First round of the College Football Playoff, and the story here in the first half at Happy Valley has been the Penn State defense taking the ball away from Kevin Jennings. Dominic DeLuca, who came into today with 3 career interceptions, has 2 in the first half. The middle linebacker with a pick 6. Tony Rojas, one of the other linebackers for Penn State, also with a pick 6. And it's 14-0 Nittany Lions. They've got it at their own 25-yard line with Drew Aller lining up in an empty backfield shotgun set, jet sweep motion, play action. Fires one up the seam. Tipped ball. Incomplete. Tried to find Tyler Warren. And on the carom, Ahmad Moses almost had a chance at an interception for SMU. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for Penn State at the 25-yard line of the Nittany Lions after Penn State turned it over on downs at their own 20, only to have Kevin Jennings throw his 3rd first-half interception. 2nd down and 10. A lot of pre-snap motion. 3 receivers right, 2 to the near side left. Singleton motions into the backfield to the left of Aller in the shotgun. Aller takes the snap, 4-man rush. Under pressure, sidearms one left, incomplete. He was hit hard as he threw the football by Elijah Roberts. 3rd down and 10 for Penn State at their own 25.
Give SMU's defense, led by defensive coordinator Scott Simons, a lot of credit as far as the way in which they are responding to adversity here. Elijah Roberts with the quick pressure on Drew Aller. He ran right over the left tackle of Penn State, number 66, Drew Shelton. Flat out ran him right over. They continue to respond and play hard. They look like they have a good plan for what this offense is trying to get done, and they are keeping SMU within striking distance.
Trey Wallace motions into a trip set left. Back to throw Aller. Under pressure again. Being chased out of the pocket. Throws left. Wide open. He's got Trey Wallace. Breaks a tackle. Left side of the 45. He's out to midfield. Good escape from the pocket by Aller to check it down to Trey Wallace. The catch and run good for 25 yards. Up tempo. Quick handoff. Snap. But a flag thrown. False start. Penn State tried to go fast, and it looks like they went too fast at midfield.
False start on the offense. Number 53, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
So now it'll be 1st and 15 for the Nittany Lions. Midway through the 2nd quarter, Penn State has a 14-0 lead. But all of the points have been scored, Lewis, on defense.
Yeah, both of these offenses have struggled. Penn State not able to get their running game going like they're typically used to. Drew Aller has had really a below-average game so far as throwing the football, although he's starting to look more comfortable. He has been under duress.
Pistol formation. Katron Allen the back. Play action. Aller back to throw. Well protected. Looks downfield. Throws one left. Incomplete. Intended for a diving Harrison Trey Wallace at about the 35-yard line. Or check that for Amari Evans. It's going to be 2nd and 15 for Penn State at their own 45-yard line.
That's just a bad miss on the part of Drew Aller. Clean pocket. Had the wide receiver cutting clean across the field, about 12, 15 yards. An intermediate crosser. You just got to make those throws. These are some of the things that he struggled with a year ago. He's looked better at different points in time this year. But you got the wind at your back, and you have a chance to put this team away. You've got to make those throws.
Tyler Warren motions right to left. Aller back to throw again. Looks left, throws left. The catch is made by Tyler Warren. And he muscles his way up the left sideline across the 50 to the SMU 46-yard line. He got about 10 yards. Bumped out of bounds at the SMU 45 to make it 3rd down and 5 for Penn State. And they're right back up at the line of scrimmage. Aller in the shotgun. Slow snap, takes the shotgun snap, goes right up the middle. Design quarterback run. He's got the first down. Inside the 35, down to about the 32-yard line of SMU. He just picked up 13 yards.
And Drew Aller, 6'5", 238 pounds. They have said that they wanted him to be more of a factor in the run game, in particular on the perimeter. Make people, really respect and at least acknowledge the fact that he can keep the ball and run with it. It was something he really hadn't done up to this point in his career until this year when Andy Koltnecki took over as offensive play caller. There you see it. Design quarterback run, picks up the first.
3 receivers spread right. Katron Allen behind Aller in the shotgun. Handoff, running left, now cutting it back to the right as Allen runs to the wide side right. Tripped up behind the line of scrimmage, though. Great pursuit by Kobe Wilson. Looks like he might have gotten a yard to the SMU 32-yard line, but it looked like there was a lot of green grass out there for Katron Allen if that ankle tackle isn't made by Wilson.
Kobe Wilson doesn't track him down. You're right. He's former running back. You saw that burst of speed. If Allen was able to step through that arm tackle, he may have been out the gate. It may be 21-0 here.
Amari Evans, Liam Clifford stacked right. Aller again in the shotgun. To his left, it's Allen. Takes the snap. It's a reverse and a flea flicker back to Aller. Dodges some pressure. Throws it backwards and Clifford gets loose. He runs left to the 25-yard line of SMU. And he's brought down about 2 yards shy of a first down. Picks up 7. They tried the reverse flea flicker. The pocket was collapsing, and Aller had to pitch it back to Liam Clifford as an outlet, and now they run quick. Running left is Allen. He's got a lane to the 10-5 touchdown. A quick snap after the trick play failed, and SMU wasn't set defensively. And Katron Allen finds a 25-yard lane to the end zone for a Penn State touchdown.
Really like the use of tempo selectively by Penn State. After picking up first downs, they like to get up to the line. After converting, new set of downs, really pick up the tempo. That's a nice job. Had SMU on their heels pretty much the entire drive. That's a nice way of finishing it off.
Another extra point good for Ryan Barker. Those are the first offensive points scored in the game. And it's a 9-play, 75-yard touchdown drive for Penn State to make it 21-0. Nittany Lions as we check in with Dawn.
Yeah, guys, obviously 3 interceptions from SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings. I will say this, though. His demeanor has not changed much on the sidelines at all. Now, Jennings and Preston Stone, backup quarterback, along with QB's coach De'Eric King, were going over the iPad here just a little while ago after that last interception. I got a question for you guys, though. Do you consider possibly making a quarterback change after 3 interceptions?
I guess everything would be on the table, but I really do believe that Rhett Lashlee, he will stick with Kevin Jennings. This was his guy. I don't think at this point in time in the biggest game of the year that he's going to pull him out. We've seen Kevin have these kind of games before, and he's been able to find a way to manage his way through it. And he's going to have to find a way to manage his way through it here now. And I think Rhett Lashlee's going to have to help him out. They are going to have to run the ball still some, even being down 21 points. They have a whole second half to come, and they can light it up in a hurry, but they have just got to stop turning it over, at least that.
Kickoff by Wosu through the front left corner of the end zone for a touchback. Well, the one thing I guess I would lean on if I were SMU, what happened in the ACC championship game. They had a similar disastrous start against Clemson, and they came all the way back to seemingly force overtime until Clemson got the miracle chance for a 56-yard field goal to win it at the gun. But they're going to lean on, Kevin Jennings and the explosive nature now, Lewis, of this offense to try and come up with another furious comeback as they start from their own 25-yard line. Jennings, right flat pass, caught. Richie Dixon makes a man miss, spins out across the 30 to about the 33-yard line to pick up 8 on first down. Zion Tracy made the stop, so SMU being shut out to this point, 21-0. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half. Kevin Jennings faking and diving up the middle. The ball pops out, and they're going to say Tony Rojas has recovered a fumble, but it looks like Kevin Jennings was down when the ball popped out. Are they going to rule this a fumble or Jennings down? They're going to say the ruling on the field is a fumble, and that Tony Rojas has recovered a loose ball coughed up by Kevin Jennings, but it certainly looked on that dive up the middle for a would-be first down by Jennings that he was down, and we're getting another look. He's absolutely down. It's not even close. This will stay SMU football.
Review. The ruling on the field was a fumble recovered by the defense.
Yeah, this will be quickly overturned and given back to SMU.
Yeah, that wasn't even close as far as it being a fumble. And quite honestly, man, if you're a SMU fan and you're listening to this game on ESPN Radio or you're watching it at home, you're thinking, what else could possibly go wrong?
You don't need this scare.
Like, that would be it. But as you see the potential, though, Bob, of this offense, right? The quick passing game, don't throw the ball over the middle. If you don't have a clear line of sight, then just tuck the ball and run it or just throw it out of bounds. The run game has been able to find room between the tackles and on the perimeter with zone reads. And if you're Rhett Lashlee and De'Aaron King, the quarterback coach of SMU, that's where you have to really focus your play calling.
Now, SMU not only has the football now, and they will keep the ball, if they were ever able to go down and score a touchdown on this drive, and even if they managed the clock well, and they made sure that Penn State was not able to score more points before halftime.
After further review, the runner was down prior to losing possession of the ball at the 39-yard line. First down, SMU.
Let's remember, SMU also starts the third quarter with the ball.
Right.
So this is that kind of crucial last 4 minutes of the first half, maybe first 4 minutes of the second half. They could put together back-to-back possessions, and if they manage it well, they execute perfectly, it could be 21-14 by the time Penn State sees the ball again. First and 10 after that scramble by Jennings. He's on the move again, runs right, and throws it out of bounds to the near side right. Tony Rojas in coverage on the near sideline for Penn State. Some pressure from denied Dennis Sutton. So 2nd and 10 for SMU at their own 39-yard line. They only have one timeout left, but there's 4 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock for a turbo offense, and they've got the 2-minute timeout as well.
Continue to run the ball. Continue to make sure you take advantage of Kevin Jennings' legs, because if you don't let him just throw this football, Penn State's linebackers have been dialed in today.
He's scrambling back under some pressure, buying time at the 25-yard line of SMU, up against the sideline and throws it away. They are not taking your advice. They have thrown the ball on back-to-back plays from their own 39-yard line, both incomplete. And now it's 3rd down and 10. And now you'd think running the football is out of the playbook here.
Yeah, but you're trying to throw the ball into the wind. The clock is stopping, and you're going to give the ball back maybe to Penn State's offense that looked good on the previous series when you've been getting 4 or 5 yards a clip running the ball. So right now, if you're James Franklin and you're Tom Allen, the defensive coordinator from Penn State, you're playing right into our hands. This is exactly what we want you to do.
Penn State showing an all-out blitz. Here they come. Jennings under pressure. Avoids a sack. Whips one over the middle. Coming back to make the catch, but I think short of the first down at the 46-yard line of SMU, as Jennings did incredibly well to avoid the sack. Whipped one up the middle to Jordan Hudson, and he picked up 7. 4th down and 3. SMU at their own 46-yard line. It looks like they're going to go for it.
Every time he releases this ball over the middle of the field, you just hold your breath. If you're an SMU fan, if you're a Penn State fan, you're going, there's another one. Let's get us another one. This is big here. A lot of time left on the clock here. 3:31 left in the second quarter. You're Penn State's defense, and you're James Franklin. You're going, we could set this up for the knockout shot right here.
4th down and 3. Back to throw Jennings. Blitz coming. He's under pressure and sacked. All the way back to the SMU 38-yard line by denied Dennis Sutton. A turnover on downs for the SMU offense. And Penn State with a 21-0 lead. 3:17 to go before halftime, and they've got it back in plus territory.
Denied Dennis Sutton, all 6 6'5", 272 pounds on him. All of his body weight came down on Kevin Jennings on that sack. Drove his face and his upper body into the ground. You can see Kevin Jennings right now from our vantage point trying to catch his breath on the sideline. That was a hard hit. And now Penn State is set up in plus territory.
Drew Aller in the shotgun, back to throw, looking downfield. Scrambles out of the pocket, checks it down left to Singleton. Bullies his way to the 30-yard line of SMU. That's a gain of about 7 yards on first down. Ahmad Walker makes the stop, it looks like at the SMU 31. Second down and 3. Penn State right back up at the line. Aller takes the snap. Handoff running left. Through the line goes Singleton into the secondary. And he's got a first down inside the 25 down to the SMU 23.
And there's that wide zone. Get the SMU defense running laterally and then put your foot in the ground and go north and south. That's what Andy Koltnecki envisioned with the running game today.
Aller again goes hurry up. Looks right, throws right. A little slant down to the 15-yard line of SMU is scooped up by Trey Wallace. 8 more yards for Penn State. Second down and 2 at the SMU 15. And now down and hurt is Kobe Wilson.
They may have to take a look at this pass, at this reception.
14 seconds. 2-1-4.
That was the play previous.
Was a catch.
And they are going to review whether or not Harrison Trey Wallace did indeed scoop that ball up for a completed pass. They ruled it a catch for 8 yards to the 15-yard line.
The ball was bobbling a little as he went to the ground and may have touched the ground. Yeah, I think pretty clearly it touches the ground. I think this wasn't going to come back. But you just like the change of tempos, the change of paces now that Penn State is using offensively. They have found something with going a little bit faster and going with a little bit more tempo. The run game lane starting to open up. And what you're seeing here, Bob, now, you're seeing this SMU defense start to crack a little bit now. They can only take so much. There's only so many times you can see your offense turn it over until it starts affecting you mentally.
The pass was incomplete. Ball be placed on the 23-yard line, second down.
And there was a pretty definitive look that the ball hit the ground and came loose. So the right call made by replay. An incomplete pass. That'll bring it back to the 23-yard line of SMU. But basically nothing has gone right for the SMU offense. And Kevin Jennings here in the first half. You see 21-0 if you're flipping the game on and you think Penn State has dominated, and that really has not been the case, as the SMU defense hasn't played a bad half at all. Drew Aller in the shotgun. Handoff running right, Nick Singleton. And he gets to the 20-yard line of SMU before he's brought down. That should take us down to the 2-minute timeout. Jonathan Jefferson made the stop. 2:02 to go, down to 2:01, and we have reached the 2-minute timeout. So with a 21-0 lead for Penn State on SMU, and 3 first-half interceptions thrown by Kevin Jennings, and a turnover on downs on the last drive for SMU. Their offense has just not held up their end. The Penn State defense has dominated. They have scored twice, taken the ball away 3 times. All 21 points for Penn State have been scored off takeaways. That really, Lewis, here in the first half has been the story.
Yeah, we talked about it in the beginning, the turnover differential, cold weather game, on the road. Turnover differential, especially for the visiting team, was going to be a huge factor. And if you're Penn State, you're sitting there thinking, we're going to get ours. We're going to get ours today with this defense. And they have gotten them, and Kevin Jennings has helped them. He's helped them. First drive, they drive the ball down the field. He misses an easy touchdown pass to Matthew Hibner. And then from there, it just starts to roll downhill. He starts to press. Penn State's linebackers are in good spots. And you know what's been even more impressive? It's like Tony Rojas right now and Dominic DeLuca. They look like running backs out there with the ball in their hands. And then the offense starts going. And then you see Drew Aller start to get going. You see Andy Koltnecki, the offensive coordinator, he's starting to feel it. He's getting into a play-calling rhythm. This crowd is starting to get going. Now you're up against it, SMU, and now Penn State knocking on the door again here to maybe go up 4 scores at halftime. You can pretty much put it's a wrap if that happens. It just is. In this environment, that would be almost impossible to come back from.
If SMU can't hold up the banner for the ACC here in Happy Valley, can Clemson do that in Austin in the next game of our triple header in the college football playoff? What has to happen for the Tigers to maybe pull off the upset or at least hang in there against Texas in game number 2 of 3 today?
I think it's almost the exact same formula, right? It's not cold weather, but you're going down there to Austin where their defense is just ferocious. We saw that in the SEC title game. These guys will light you sky high as far as their ability to run and hit. And if you're Cade Klubnik and you're Phil Maffa, the quarterback and the running back for Clemson respectively, you two guys you carry the fortunes, as you said earlier, of the entire operation with you every time you touch it. Cade, you touch it every play. Phil, you're going to have to be one of those guys, that being Phil Maffa, that is going to have to run tough and run strong. And if it's not there, punt it away. A punt is their best friend today, because if they start turning it over down there, it's over. And especially if Quinn Ewers gets going. Who knows if Arch Manning's going to play. Maybe we see him a little bit more in this game. But it's the same recipe. Go on the road, protect the football. You don't, you're setting yourself up for trouble.
Well, trouble right now, certainly for SMU in game number 1 of 3 in the college football playoff. First round today after Notre Dame took care of Indiana last night. 3rd down, doorstep of the red zone for Penn State with a 21-0 lead. 2 minutes to go in the first half here at home against SMU. They've got the ball at the SMU 20-yard line. 3rd and 7. Aller back to throw. Looks left, looks right, scrambles right. Out of the pocket, extends the play, tucks it under, runs the right sideline, stays in bounds, and has the first down. Inside the 10-yard line, tight ropes the sideline, out of bounds at the 7, 1st and goal.
That's such a bigger part of his game now. The ability to get out on the perimeter and beat you with his legs. That is something that you don't necessarily associate with Drew Aller, especially based off of his 2023 tape. He has upped that part of his game this year, and it's made him all the more dangerous.
Nick Singleton lines up behind Aller in the pistol. A wide receiver tight to either side. H-back right is Tyler Warren. And now whistles before the play with 1:51 to go.
The previous play is under further review. The ruling on the field was a runner made the line to gain. The replay is looking at the spot where he stepped out of bounds.
Why exactly? I guess they're thinking Aller may have stepped out of bounds before he got to the 7-yard line. Looked like he pretty clearly stayed in bounds. We'll take another look. He was well in bounds, it looks like. Not really even sure it was close, at least based on the replays we're seeing. He's well in bounds.
I don't know if the referees weren't at a good spot where they could really see it.
After video review, the runner stepped out of bounds at the 9-yard line. It will be first down. Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 52 seconds.
So the official gave him an extra yard or two based on where he went out of bounds, but it is still 1st and goal. And the question was whether or not he picked up the first down, and he did so by at least a handful of yards. So 1st and goal at the 9 rather than 1st and goal at the 7 for Penn State, with 1:52 to go in the half, and the entire playbook for Penn State at their disposal. They have all 3 timeouts. So pistol formation again for Aller with Singleton just behind. He takes the snap, handoff Singleton running right at the 5, powers his way right down to about the 1-yard line. Brought down just shy of the goal line. It'll be 2nd down and goal for the Nittany Lions.
That's just a big boy run, a gap scheme. You got pullers leading around the edge. You see, at the point of attack, Tyler Warren just with an absolutely dominant block drove his defender clear out of the back of the end zone. Defensive end Jafari Harvey, now Penn State's starting to feel it. Now they're starting to say, hey, look, we're going to establish our dominance now. Not only are we going to be efficient, we're going to do it in a way that's going to take the fight out of you. And if you go up 4 scores, that'll pretty much take the fight out of you.
And James Franklin managing the clock.
Penn State.
SMU only has one timeout left. So what James Franklin did, and smartly so, took the clock all the way down as far as he possibly could to 1 minute and 6 seconds to go before halftime. Penn State calls a timeout. So, look, you don't wait to score the touchdown, right? You want to get in the end zone, but you also, knowing you're short, want to take as much time off the clock and leave as little time for SMU's offense as possible. They just did. So now it'll be 2nd down and goal inside the 1 with 1:06 to go in the half.
Yeah, it's smart clock management, as you mentioned, on the part of James Franklin. And I think right now, though, like I said, what you're seeing, though, is this defense for SMU has been out on the field so much via the turnovers. And now they're starting to get put on their heels with not only the schemes and the strategy.
They run right up to the line after the quick timeout. Handoff, running left at the goal line. Singleton gets a push into the end zone for another Nittany Lion touchdown. Power football by Penn State, and Nick Singleton's in the end zone. It's a 4-score lead for Penn State with 1:03 to go in the half.
Just big boy football. The big boy football. These two running backs, Singleton and Allen, 227 and 229 as far as their weight. Drew Aller with his ability to create outside the pocket. Tyler Warren just with some devastating blocks on the perimeter.
Another extra point from Ryan Barker is good. 28-0 with 1:03 to go before halftime. 7 plays. And again, the short field, only 38 yards for the Penn State offense necessary. Because SMU, somewhat desperate, down 3 scores. They were trying to put together back-to-back possessions, trying to score before halftime, losing 21-0, and they went for it on 4th down on their half of the field and got stopped.
It's just the pass plays, right? It's just like it's a play calling. It's like the methodology that's being used right now, especially going into the wind. I just don't understand it, don't agree with it, especially with your quarterback being someone who right now is just being hunted down, has made some bad decisions. You know he has to be second-guessing himself a little bit. And now you're down 4 scores. Now you're just hoping that you can come out here in the second half and get some kind of points on the board, because Penn State is just doing what they want to do.
Another kickoff. That will sail down to about the goal line, maybe 2 yards deep from Wosu. And Brashard Smith lets it bounce through the back of the end zone for a touchback. So 1:03 to go in the half. Out to the 25-yard line it comes for SMU. Now again, college football rules. You pick up a 1st down, the clock stops, and they have a timeout. I mean, down 28-0, Lewis. Do they have any choice but to try still and be aggressive here before halftime and score? Well, they can't probably put the ball in the freezer, no pun intended, with where we're at right now.
Right. Well, you always have a choice. But I assume they're going to put this ball in the air and see if they can get some positive yardage at some point.
On 1st down, they're going to run it with Brashard Smith, and he will get gang tackled after a gain of 3. Kobe King makes the stop. Now, their natural tempo is to go fast, regardless of the play call, and here comes SMU right back to the line. But the clock down to 43 seconds to go in the half. Back to throw is Jennings. Bullets one right. Coming back to try and make the catch is Jordan Hudson, and does. He's got a 1st down. Now to the 36-yard line. That'll stop the clock with 37 seconds to go in the half. They are back up at the line. The clock starts again. Shotgun snap, back to throw Jennings. Spins out of the pocket. It starts to collapse. He is planted. Sacked again. Back at the 25-yard line of SMU for a huge loss. Dominic DeLuca got through. Keziah Izzard met him at the quarterback. Timeout SMU. Really. 27 seconds to go in the half.
This Penn State pass rush, these perimeter players, Dennis Sutton and Abdul Carter, I mean, they're just beating the tackles from SMU off the edge, using that dip and lean coming around the corner that you see all the time in high-level football. And they have got Kevin Jennings having to pull his eyes down and just try and survive in the pocket right now.
I'm actually surprised they even used their last timeout. Rhett Lashley spends the final timeout for SMU. 27 seconds to go in the half, but they just lost 11 yards. They're down 28-0. So certainly desperation time to try and score points before halftime. But 2nd and 21 back inside their own 30-yard line. And rolling right is Jennings. Looks right, throws right, incomplete. Now it's 3rd down and 21. 23 seconds to go in the half. The clock stops because of the incompletion. And Penn State still has 2 timeouts left.
You're flirting with disaster. Absolute disaster.
What are you hoping was going to happen by calling that timeout after the sack?
I tell you, I know we're on radio and you can't see it, but trust me when I tell you this. Abdul Carter right now is just absolutely blowing by Savion Byrd, their left tackle. Every single pass rush.
Jennings back to throw. Pumps one, sidearms one, heaves it to the sideline and just throws it away. 17 seconds to go in the half, and now they'll have to punt. And they'll be punting into the wind. Penn State still has 2 timeouts left as Jennings is under assault. It seems like every time he steps back, Zane Durant was right in his face that time. And now Zion Tracy is going to line up to return. Isaac Pearson has a couple of sub-35-yard punts. And he's going to kick this one from inside his own 20-yard line. Line drive kick. This will be returnable. Tracy from the 31 gets loose. Out across the 40 to about the 43. 8 seconds to go in the half. Well, I guess with only 8 seconds, you probably have avoided disaster if you're SMU. And I don't know, if you're Penn State, do you do anything other than just take a knee and go to halftime with your 28-0 lead, or do you get really greedy?
No, that's what I'm doing if I'm James Franklin. I'm taking a knee, I'm going in, and I'm saying, hey, look, although they're lining up in the regular formation here.
And maybe run a play. I don't know that they can get into field goal range in these temperatures, but Drew Aller obviously has an arm. Maybe he can get into Hail Mary range. He takes the snap, drops back, he will throw. Dumps it right, caught out of the backfield. Katron Allen lowers his shoulders, pushes the pile to the 41-yard line of SMU. The clock says all zeros, and that will take us to halftime. 2 defensive touchdowns scored in the first half by Penn State, followed by 2 offensive touchdowns, and the Nittany Lions have a 28-0 lead over SMU at the end of the first half. Now here's Chris Villani in the studio with the College Football Halftime Report.
Thank you very much, Bob. Yeah, one-sided matchup so far. The turnovers, the big story in this one. Penn State, a 28-0 halftime advantage. 3 interceptions for Kevin Jennings. 2 of them brought back for a score. Penn State, the first school with a pair of pick sixes in a single half in a college football playoff game. They've got a sizable lead. If history is any indication, it may be a safe one. The largest blown lead in a loss by any James Franklin coach team was 18 at Ohio State, and that was back in 2017.
What's up, insiders? Football fans, thank you for hanging out with us, man. Penn State is killing them. Holy cow, that defense. 2 pick sixes. Finally, Penn State gets in the end zone. 21-0. Thank you for hanging out with us. There's the love of my life, TSI Allison. I love you, babe. I'm excited about March Madness as well. We're going to do every single game of March Madness. It's going to be crazy. Connor, what's up, my man? Good to see you. Tommy. Hey, Tommy from last night. Is that you or is that a new Tommy? Gan Mike, Andrew G, Will Arnett, Whit Cornett. How you doing, Whit? Your girlfriend, Gators fan? Smart girl, maybe? I don't know. I'm a big Gators fan, but haven't really paid much attention to them lately because they've been so bad. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. Halftime coming up. Refill those cocktails. We'll see you guys back in the chat.
In deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff, you're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like finding a parking spot in front of a busy outdoor cafe where you're meeting some old friends from college.
Oh, a space!
And you're about to parallel park into that oh-so-tight spot. And then everyone in the cafe stops to watch. And you nail it in one try, like the parallel parking baller you are.
Mm-hmm. Boom.
Nobody clapped, but you know they really wanted to. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Chris Villani. It's halftime in Happy Valley, 106,000 strong, and most of them in a fine mood as Penn State out to a 28-0 halftime lead on SMU thanks to 3 interceptions, 2 of them brought back for touchdowns. Coming up a little bit later on, just after 4 o'clock Eastern, the kickoff from Texas as the number 5 Longhorns take on 12th seeded Clemson, the winner advancing to the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl to battle number 4 Arizona State. Right now we welcome in ESPN college football analyst Matt Stinchcomb, our college football insider, brought to you by Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. And Matt, set the scene for us. What's the atmosphere like in Austin?
Well, I'll tell you, you can probably hear some of the atmosphere. They've got some, I don't know how big these subwoofers are, but I'd say maybe a conversion van size speakers that they got out here. Everybody's lined Devo Street right here at 21st, just outside of the stadium. Tons and tons of Texas fans, as you would imagine, and only a handful from what we've seen of the Clemson fans, or maybe they just got their designated tailgating spot. But both these fan bases are wound up about this contest coming up today.
And Quinn Ewers has been slowed a little bit by injuries. Looking at that Texas offense, his production has dipped a little bit. Longhorns just 1 touchdown in the last 6 quarters. Matt, you know where I'm going with this. Will we see Arch Manning today?
I think we will. I do think it'll be situational, though. And, in talking with the Texas coaches, the anticipation is that Quinn is as healthy as he's been. Probably since he had the injury. He's been braced since that injury earlier this season. So they feel like he's full go get him. And when you're confident with that backup quarterback, then that liberates you, right? If I feel really good about who I could put in as my number 2, then I could be a little bit more aggressive with my number 1, especially if I feel like he's healthy. And Quinn Ewers reportedly will play without the brace today and will be able to be as mobile as we've ever seen him. Clearly not the runner that Arch Manning is, but can be a threat with his legs more so than what we've seen the last several contests since he's returned to the lineup.
We'll see how Steve Sarkisian juggles his quarterbacks. And the Texas coach has talked a lot about the balance on the other side for this Tigers offense, but their running back, Phil Moffitt, seen a dip in his production. He's been battling that nagging shoulder injury. What are you expecting from Cade Klubnik and the Clemson offense today?
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for these guys. I think mainly because of Texas's advantage personnel-wise on the defensive side of the football. The Longhorns are really stout up front. They are an aggressive defense and one where you're not going to have a lot of layup throws in the secondary. Went closely, multiple times versus SMU. The second touchdown on a 3rd and 2. We got 2 DBs running into one another for SMU, and West Coast just strides into the end zone. That's unlikely to have a lot of plays like that this afternoon versus Texas. If that's the case, then they're going to have to get a couple of takeaways and short fields because I just don't see Clemson being capable of sustaining offensive drives versus this Texas defense.
Matt Stinchcomb joining us from Austin, where you can probably hear things are already revving up ahead of this 4 o'clock Eastern kickoff of the college football playoff between Texas and Clemson. Let's look at the coaching matchup here. Dabo Swinney with a ton of CFP experience, 6-4 in those games. He has 10 more bowl game victories than Steve Sarkisian. How much does coaching experience potentially factor into this one?
Yeah, we thought about that, and you think, really, that's exclusive and unique to Dabo Swinney. Everyone else on that staff, you think at the coordinator level, they've not been in these environments, and there's not a player on that team that will have an experience in the postseason. Clemson has been absent because of that in the playoffs. So there's not a player really that you point to say, hey, what was it like when you played in one of these playoff games? They're not on that roster. Coordinators, you can't say, hey, what was it like when you were calling plays or setting defenses in the playoff game here at Clemson? They weren't there. So, at least not in that capacity. So, Sweeney's got the experience. He doesn't have recent experience. And so, to me, I think it's kind of a brave new age. That's true for teams that played in last year. Even Texas, incidentally. That was an entirely different playoff structure. You win one and you're in. Now this is a much longer road, and both these teams, incidentally, as conference championship runner-up, have having to take the longest road imaginable to get to a championship.
Finally, Matt, looking at this matchup, you mentioned potentially an uphill battle for the Clemson offense. They're nearly a 2-touchdown underdog. What's the dream scenario for the Tigers today? How do they keep this one close and maybe pull off an upset?
I think always you want to start fast, but I do think that if Texas is sloppy with their football, meaning turnovers, they'll put the ball on the ground, they recover quite a few, right? But that ball has come out. We've seen it where there's opportunities to create not only short field, but scoring opportunities. We've seen 2 pick sixes already in the game that we're at halftime right now. So to me, absolutely, there are those type plays, momentum swing plays. You get a busted tackle on a quick screen out wide. You get a busted coverage. Somehow or other, you break loose. Cade Klubnik bust a couple of tackles, even versus a defense that has been a good tackling defense. And next thing you know, you can get up on a team. Maybe they're stunned for a while. But I think it takes those type plays happening for Clemson to have a viable shot in it. If they can't just see, let's line up and play.
ESPN college football analyst Matt Stinchcomb, thanks so much for the time. Enjoy the game.
All right. Thanks so much for having me.
Just after 4 o'clock to kick off of that one on ESPN Radio. We'll have it for you. Texas and Clemson, the winner advancing to take on Arizona State in the college football playoff. Today's trivia question is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. We talked a bit about Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers. He's thrown a passing touchdown now in 24 straight games. That's the second longest streak in Texas history. Who owns the longest streak in Longhorns history? We'll get to the answer coming up a little bit later on. That's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not bowl season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. I'm Chris Vellani. Coming up next to the College Football Live halftime report, we go to Columbus for a look at the nightcap. You're listening to College Football Playoffs on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Deck the halls
with boughs of holly,
with a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars.
'Tis the season to be jolly,
and their heartfelt holiday sounds.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
From back then to right now.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas, now through December 25th on Channel 58 and on the SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is Chris Childers, the show pony. Joined me after the game on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
Thank you, football fans, insiders, for hanging out with us today during this Southern Methodist, I can't even say it, SMU against Penn State University. We're having lots of fun in the chat, and I just wanted to stop and say thank you for being here, because just by being here, you're making a difference in our community in Toronto, because a percentage of our revenue every single month is donated to Sick Kids Hospital. We're firing up a new campaign for Sick Kids, the Football Frenzy, that's going to start in the next round of playoff games throughout the Super Bowl when we do all the NFL playoff games live here on TSI as well. So thank you for being here and making a difference in our community. Now let's get back to the football. Good luck to your team. We'll see you back in the chat.
Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Kick off the college football playoff with a chance to score a VIP trip to the 2025 National Championship in Atlanta from SiriusXM. Entering is easy. Just post a photo or video to Instagram showing your tailgate or watch party, tag and follow at SiriusXM College and include the hashtags TakeMeToTheCFP and SiriusXM Sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Ends January the 5th, 2025. Visit SiriusXM.com/CFP2025 for official rules and complete entry instructions.
Hey, this is Chris Childers, the show pony. Join me after the game on Mad Dog Sports Radio. I'll break down this game and all the early college football action and give
a time filled with joy, laughter, and a whole lot of family. And while we may not always agree on everything when we get together, the one thing we can agree on is the conversation-stopping power of Mom's Herb Seasoned Rib Roast. Together, we bring more. Start your holiday season at beefitswhatsfordinner.com. Funded by Beef Farmers and Ranchers.
The biggest college football games are on SiriusXM.
That was one of the craziest college football games I've seen.
Hear every game of the college football playoff and more than 40 bowl games.
That was a great move. They just juked him out of his shorts.
Get the channel number for your school's broadcast at SiriusXM.com/college football schedule.
Still on his feet, and he's into the end zone.
Or search college football on the SiriusXM app. And for expert analysis, check out College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Of the college football playoff, Penn State at home leads SMU 28-0 at halftime. Let's pause for 10 seconds to allow stations down the line to identify themselves. That's 10 seconds for a station ID. This is the Penn State Sports Network.
Hey, this is Anthony Herron. Did you know SiriusXM has a channel dedicated to nothing but the Big Ten? It's SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Just head to the SiriusXM app and search Big Ten.
Brian Tripp here at halftime. Let's take a look now at the out-of-town scoreboard presented by SRS Distribution. SRS Distribution delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. 4 college football playoff games this weekend in the opening round in this 12-team field. Last night, Notre Dame defeated Indiana 27-17, a game that was much more lopsided than the final score would indicate. Notre Dame now advances to the Sugar Bowl to take on number 2 Georgia. Coming up at 4 p.m. today in Austin, the 5th seed, Texas, hosts 12th-seeded Clemson. That's at 4 p.m. today. And then Ohio State hosts Tennessee tonight. That's at 8 p.m. as this college football playoff opening round continues. Other bowl games yesterday, Ohio defeated Jacksonville State 30-27 in the Staff DNA Cure Bowl. And Florida defeated Tulane by a 33-8 final score in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl. The Penn State men's basketball team does defeat Drexel today by a 75-64 final score in Philadelphia at Wells Fargo Center. Again, 75-64 for the Penn State men's basketball team. And the Penn State women's volleyball team continues its quest for the national championship tomorrow at 3 p.m. against Louisville. It's the national championship match in women's volleyball from the Yum Center in Louisville tomorrow at 3 p.m. after they defeated Nebraska in 5 sets the other night. That is your out-of-town scoreboard presented by SRS Distribution. SRS Distribution delivers more than building products. SRS delivers the American dream. At the half, Penn State leads SMU 28-0 here in the first round of the college football playoff from Beaver Stadium. More after this on the Penn State Sports Network.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact... Every bite is better with Pepsi.
You get more for your money at Thompson Creek. We do it all. Design, build, and install. So there's no middleman markup. You get high-quality windows at an affordable price direct from our local factory. Call today for our last big sale of the year on all windows and doors. Plus, no money down and no interest for 12 months. See ThompsonCreek.com for details. Thompson Creek is an official partner of Penn State Athletics. Call 855-57-CREEK now.
Home sweet Thompson Creek.
Del Grosso Foods is a proud sponsor of Penn State football. As America's oldest family-owned pasta sauce maker, we've been perfecting the art of flavor for generations. And now you can bring even more flavor to your home with our all-new creamy Alfredo sauce. Ready to elevate your next meal? Explore Del Grosso Alfredo sauce and all our irresistible pasta sauces, pizza sauces, and Sloppy Joe sauce at DelGrossoFoods.com. Del Grosso, the finest sauce made.
Dear team, thanks for showing up for me with the best face paint and taunting the other team in the kindest way. For standing on your seat when I need the support and screaming until your throat hurts because you know it makes a difference. For wearing my number. For being the best teammates a player could ask for. At Highmark, we're proud to be cheering alongside the best teammates. Fans like you. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield. Official partner of Penn State Athletics.
Listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
Halftime here at Beaver Stadium. 3 first-half interceptions for the Penn State defense against an SMU team that you knew coming into the game was susceptible to turnovers. And the Penn State defense gets the first 2 scores, and then the Nittany Lion offense and the running game gets on track late in the second quarter and opens up a 28-0 halftime lead over SMU. As Steve said, Penn State 216 total yards in that first half offensively, 121 through the air, 95 on the ground, and of course 2 pick sixes in this football game for Penn State. The first by linebacker Dominic DeLuca, the second by linebacker Tony Rojas. Our linebacker here in the booth, Jack Ham, and Steve Jones return as I'll go back to the elements without my producer when we come back. Penn State leads SMU 28-0 at the half. Second half coming your way here on the Penn State Sports Network.
Dear team, thanks for showing up for me with the best face paint and taunting the other team in the kindest way. For standing on your seat when I need the support and screaming until your throat hurts because you know it makes a difference. For wearing my number. For being the best teammates a player could ask for. At Highmark, we're proud to be cheering alongside the best teammates. Fans like you. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield. Official partner of Penn State Athletics.
And Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination.
Drivers, start your engines, let's go! Yeah!
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Yeah, there are so many football games streaming this season. Can Xfinity Internet handle it?
Oh, we know the game is only live once, so we built a network with all-pro speeds and low lag so you don't miss a snap.
So I can yell, "He's open!" when he's actually open?
Yeah, but the quarterback still can't hear you.
Xfinity gives you a super fast connection to the game. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Streaming content limited to the U.S.
Hey everybody, it's Conan O'Brien, and guess what? I've got my own channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, here on SiriusXM. Tune in to channel 104 for exclusive interviews with your favorite celebrities, hilarious moments from all my TV shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television, and episodes from Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast and Andy Richter's weekly call-in show. Don't miss out. Conan O'Brien Radio, channel 104, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
The Penn State Football Halftime Show, presented by Penn State Health. Penn State Health, the official healthcare provider of Penn State Athletics. The second half is moments away. Here's the voice of the Penn State Nittany Lions, Steve Jones.
All right, a tone-setting drive coming up here to start the second half. It is 28-0 Nittany Lions. And I mean tone-setting in two ways, Jack. You're talking about an SMU team that has scored on their opening drive of the second half in 10 of the 13 games this season. Conversely, Penn State can set the tone to stop them to start the second half with a statement of more of the same from the first half.
Exactly, and I think that's what James Franklin told his football team at halftime in the locker room, especially the fact that 2 weeks ago they ended up coming back on Clemson down 24-7 at the half. There'll be no quitting this SMU football team, no question about it. Their defense actually has played pretty well in the first half.
Yeah.
But offensively, Penn State have done to the SMU offense. They are 1 for 7 on third down conversions, 0 for 2 on fourth down conversions. Right. They've been in the red zone area twice with 0 points. Penn State's made the big plays on the defensive side of the ball. Linebackers in the passing game. I've talked about these guys all year. We know how good Rojas and DeLuca are in the passing game. They were able to come up with pick sixes here in the first half. So I agree. You want to make it an easy game here in the second half? Well, take control of it right here, right now on this first possession with SMU with the ball.
Third quarter brought to you by Highmark because like Gabe Wosu's kick from just inside the near ash will go right to left as we see it. This is the end of the field where you get the touchbacks. The wind is at his back because it's swirling here at Beaver Stadium. Wosu approaches, belts it, line drive. Smith will take it, though, at the 6. 10, 15 to his left, to the 20, 25, breaks a tackle, 30, 35, 40. Dinkins finally corrals him over the 45 at the 47-yard line. Just what you didn't want to see happen. We talk about tone setting.
Yep, and it ends up being a line drive kick like that, and you have time for your kick return people to get on bodies coming downfield. We know how good a receiver and runner Smith is from that running back position. He breaks a tackle again. We're missed tackle in open field, and Smith gives SMU outstanding field position out beyond the 45-yard line.
So Smith will go to the sideline. L.J. Johnson will start as the running back. He's to the right of Jennings. Strips near side, one far side. Jennings on first down. Rolls near side. Chased by Deni Dennis Sutton and throws it into the turf. Incomplete. And I'll tell you, Zakee Wheatley had the best shot at it, 2nd and 10.
I'll tell you, and also great job by Deni Dennis Sutton. There was a pump fake by Jennings. Deni Dennis Sutton had nothing to do with that. He wanted to make sure you contain Jennings. He's that athletic and ends up making a play and forcing a ball to be thrown in the dirt.
Trips far side, one near side on 2nd and 10. Daniels pitches to the edge, and to the edge he goes, and take it out the 45-yard line, and an outstanding play by Tony Rojas, who's had a big day today. L.J. Johnson.
But Deni Dennis Sutton getting across the line of scrimmage makes his play. That's a 270-pound guy coming down the field, making the play. Rojas cleans up.
Trips near side, too far side. 3rd and 12. Back goes Jennings. Pressure. Steps up. Flag goes down. Throws. Caught by Hibbert, 40-yard line. Taken down at the 35, but a flag is resting back at the 36-yard line. Let's see what they're going to call.
Well, they're staying back there right around the 33-yard line.
And the call.
Personal foul. Hands to the face on the defense. Number 15. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down.
Not what you want. Ends up being time for the completion. One of the few times today, Jennings had in the pocket present. He ends up throwing the football out to his tight end, run after the catch, plus 15 yards. This is not the way James Franklin wanted this third down call.
The kickoff return and combined with this penalty, they're at the 20-yard line of Penn State.
They both have their hands on the face mask of each other. You watch the left tackle here. It has the face mask of Vanover and not called on the play.
Smith back in the game at running back to the right. Bunch set far side, one near side. Jennings. Smith. Left side to the edge of the 20, to the 15, and out of bounds inside the 15 at the Penn State 13-yard line, maybe the 12. I think they'll give them the 12-yard line. They do. Gets 8, 2nd and 2.
Yeah, we had guys pinned inside. Harris that time comes inside and loses containment.
Smith bounces to the left to the outside, spins at the 10, down to the 5, where he's going to be hit there, drives the legs, and they're going to just say he's down at that point.
His forward progress was stopped at the 5-yard line.
So it's going to be SMU with a 1st and goal at the 5. Second time they've been down here. The last time DeLuca had an interception. To near side. Hibbert tight left, wing right is Eby. Jennings. Smith up the middle, stacked up at the 4-yard line and driven back. He got 1, 2nd down and goal.
Good job by Kobe King that time.
The fans want a holding penalty because Carter got thrown down that time. Check this replay out. Second and goal at the 4. Keyshawn Smith far side. Bunch set near side with 3. Smith to the right. Brashard Smith of Jennings. Crowd loud. L.J. Johnson, the running back, not Smith. And they moved. That crowd does it again.
Well, it looked like we may have got into that neutral zone area. Wait for the official call here.
False start.
Yeah, false start.
Number 11 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
It's on the running backs, Johnson.
Yeah, this Penn State defense taking a lot of pride here right now. You're, again, the quarterback who's very mobile, getting outside the pocket to buy some time. So if you're an edge rusher, you make sure you contain Jennings before he ends up throwing the football.
2nd and goal at the 9. Jennings takes it. Back. Pressure for the edge. Here they come. He throws it. It's caught at the 10 and taken down at the 6-yard line. Boy, Rojas was all over Jennings.
Yeah, Rojas came and just buried Jennings. He's a free rusher off the edge, off that short side. Jennings just rolled out to his right to buy some extra time, just enough to get rid of that football to the outside for some good yardage. Reed ends up making a tackle.
3rd and goal at the 6. Trips far side.
You have to watch for that quarterback draw with Jennings.
1 to the near side. Jennings. And everybody moved. False start, back they go again.
It is a deafening roar down here. It doesn't matter what end, but especially at this end with the students, and they can't hear when to deliver the snap of the football.
And I'll tell you, Penn State defensively was coming. We're putting on pressure. You get that red zone area.
False start.
Here it is.
On the offense, number 59. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Remember, classes are over here. Finals are done, and these students have turned out with the rest of this crowd here at Beaver Stadium. It's 3rd and goal at the 11. A.J. Harris jumping up and down. He wants more crowd noise, and the crowd says we agree. Trips to the far side, 1 near side. Now they'll switch it up. 2 left, 2 right. L.J. Johnson to the left of Jennings. Hibbert in motion away from us. Jennings takes it. Here they come. He rolls near side. Breaks contain. Now rolls to his right again. Throws in the end zone and threw it away incomplete. It's 4th down. Bodies are all over the place at the 18-yard line.
Well, Jennings is coming outside. Rojas is coming clean again on that short side. And Jennings, with that great speed, gets outside Rojas and just finally throws the football away.
They will bring Rodgers out for a field goal with 11:02 to go in the 3rd. It'll be a 28-yard attempt on the near hash, angled to his left. Pearson will hold. Rodgers put down. The kick is up. The kick by Rodgers is good, and SMU is on the board. 28-3 Nittany Lions with 10:59 to go in the 3rd. 3rd quarter brought to you by Highmark, because life on the Penn State Sports Network.
Dear team, thanks for showing up for me with the best face paint and taunting the other team in the kindest way. For standing on your seat when I need the support and screaming until your throat hurts because you know it makes a difference. For wearing my number. for being the best teammates a player could ask for. At Highmark, we're proud to be cheering alongside the best teammates, fans like you, because life. Highmark Blue Shield, official partner of Penn State Athletics.
Last year's RV trip, we bet.
'Tis the season for the race to the playoffs on NFL Sunday Ticket. Now for just $49, you can spend your holidays with the Bears and Texans and Falcons and Vikings, all in your living room. Well, not literally. It's a metaphor. Get NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV, now just $49. Sign up at youtube.com/NFLST. Current prorated price. New users only. Terms and embargoes apply. No cancellations. Content restrictions apply.
Deck the home
with boughs of holly.
With a channel featuring generation after generation of country stars.
'Tis the season to be jolly.
And their heartfelt holiday sounds.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas.
From back then to right now.
It's officially Christmas.
Country Christmas, now through December 25th.
Hey, football fans, we really appreciate you hanging out with us today from wherever you are watching this stream from. Thanks for hanging out with us and listening to the Penn State and SMU college football playoff game. Last night during the Indiana-Notre Dame game, we had people from all over the United States watching and all over the world. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let's see if we can cover all 50 states in the chat. Big shout-outs last night to Tennessee, Indiana, South Carolina, Arkansas. We saw so many people from Arkansas. I didn't know that many people lived in Arkansas. Thank you for being here. Thanks for letting us know where you're watching from in the chat. Now let's get back to the football.
Blue Shield is proud to support you both because life. So the half started with Penn State with a 4-possession advantage. It is still a 4-possession advantage. 28-3 Nittany Lions with 10:59 to go in the third, and Penn State will get the ball for the first time here in the second half.
Yeah, but it started off with a good kickoff return by SMU to get an outstanding field position. Got a bad call against Vanover for heavy hands to the face of an offensive lineman. That was a bad call. But when it got down to that red zone area, Penn State defensively came with pressure. They were all over Jennings. Could not find anyone to open downfield. And our two edge rushers on the outside have done a great job all day long.
Onside kick off the hands of Holsworth. In the air they go, and Penn State recovers at the SMU 48-yard line. Anthony Ivy's the one that grabbed it.
Well, they're trying to steal a possession here in the second half after getting 3 points on the board. And the ball goes up in the air. Ivy does a good job of going up, getting it at the high point, coming down with it. And Penn State has outstanding field position inside the SMU 48.
Great job by Justin Lustig, the coordinator of special teams. They were ready for it. 48-yard line of SMU, 1st and 10. 2 far side, 1 near side. Aller looks it over, brings Warren in motion, sets up left wing. Going right to left as we see it. On the snap, left side, through the hole, 45, 40, cuts to his right to the 30 and take it down. Nicholas Singleton at the SMU 30-yard line, 18 yards and a Penn State first down.
I'll tell you, anytime he's a good yard, now we're going tempo at the line of scrimmage.
And Aller will play action fake, Jack. Back he goes. He's got pressure, steps away. He's got problems, and down he goes back at the 39-yard line.
Well, you just got to get rid of the football here at that time. Ends up getting pressure on the outside, and he steps up into pressure again. One of the few times that guys are coming free up the middle on Drew Aller, and goes down, takes a huge loss back to the 39-yard line.
Shelton and Rucci are the tackles. The guards are Wormley and Ioane. The center is Nick Dawkins. 2nd and 19 at the SMU 39. Well, they bring motion back to Singleton in the backfield. They're just trying to check coverage, and they do. Exactly. He sets up to the left.
Seeing who goes with Singleton, and he comes back in the backfield.
Trips far side, 1 near side. They rush 4 with a spy. Aller trouble, and down he goes again, back at the 44-yard line. And a flag goes down late. I think Wormley's indicating. Well, let's see. I don't know what they're indicating. We'll have to find out.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 81 on the defense.
That's a big
15-yard penalty results in an automatic first down.
That is huge, Jack, as you pointed out. Jared Harrison Hunt.
Back-to-back sacks on Drew Aller. And it's just a four-man rush. That's all it is, a four-man rush. And then he gets taken down, and it's after this.
Yeah.
The personal foul call's made.
So they move the ball to the SMU 29. First down for Penn State. 9:52 to go in the third. 28-3 Nittany Lions. Too far side, double wing. Now they shift. Quarterback is Warren. Warren takes it. Quarterback draw. Dumps it off to Singleton. Threw it behind him. Incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Warren's kind of looking at Singleton like, sorry about that.
He's going forward, and they had this covered. Give SMU credit defensively.
They did.
They were trying to, with Warren, who's left-handed, normally throws a football out to Singleton, who's out in the flat, but if he catches a football, he's going to be brought down right there.
Warren back to his more natural spot, split to the far side, now comes in motion toward us. Sets up left wing. It's Singleton left side. Singleton to the 29-yard line. So it's going to be 3rd down and 10 for Penn State at the SMU 29.
Yeah, Kobe Wilson, who was banged up a little bit in the first half, ends up making his tackle, just sliding down the line of scrimmage behind his defensive line, and ends up bringing down Singleton to try to go off left tackle. No one there in the hole to block Wilson, and makes the play on Singleton.
Dinkins goes out, and Reynolds comes in. Call it 3rd and 9 at the 28. Wallace far side with Singleton and Reynolds. Two to the near side, including Warren. Now they bring Reynolds in left wing. Empty backfield for Aller. They set up the screen. He's got Warren to the 25, inside the 25, and taken down at the 23-yard line. And James Franklin will bring the field goal unit out of what should be in the neighborhood of a 40-yard attempt for Ryan Barker with 8:40 to go in the third.
And I'm looking at the top of the goalpost right now. It looks like the wind has shifted into his face. Certainly is up at the top of the stadium, but down here it's been swirling at field level, makes it a really tricky kick.
So it's on just inside the near hash, 40-yard attempt, angle to his right. Tyler Duzansky will snap it. Riley Thompson will put it down. They're ready. Put down. Kick is up by Barker. The kick is on its way. The kick by Barker sneaks over and good. And the Nittany Lions counter the SMU field goal with a Ryan Barker field goal. And it's back to a 28-point lead, 31-3.
I'm not sure he had anything else other than that yardage exactly as it curled over the crossbar.
Third quarter brought to you by Highmark, because life on the Penn State Sports Network.
It's a couple hours before the football game. The only question is, what are you bringing to the tailgate? Classic beef cheeseburgers? Steak fajitas? Or maybe that beefy 7-layer dip everyone raves about? No matter what you bring, if it's beef, you're going to be the MVP. Together, we bring more. Rev up your crowd at beefitswhatsfordinner.com. Funded by Beef Farmers and Ranchers.
You get more for your money at Thompson Creek. We do it all. Design, build, and install. So there's no middleman markup. You get high-quality windows at an affordable price direct from our local factory. Call today for our last big sale of the year on all windows and doors. Plus, no money down and no interest for 12 months. See ThompsonCreek.com for details. Thompson Creek is an official partner of Penn State Athletics. Call 855-57-CREEK now.
Home sweet Thompson Creek.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
24/7, get the gear at PennStateClothes.com.
The
family clothesline at State College has the perfect gear for every Penn State fan. We have officially licensed Penn State clothing and merchandise from quality brands like Nike, Under Armour, Yeti, Lululemon, and more. Shop PennStateClothes.com and get free shipping on all orders of $50 or more. We are
Family Clothesline.
You're listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
The Penn State Department of Intercollegiate Athletics would like to recognize the Nittany Lions' official All-American corporate partners, Highmark Because Life, Penn State Health, the official health care provider of Penn State Athletics, Pepsi Zero never tasted so good. Try it to believe it. PSACU, presenting partner of the 2024 Penn State football season. Wise Markets, the official grocer of Penn State football. And West Shore Homes, official window replacement partner of Penn State Athletics. Thank you to our All-American corporate partners for your support of Penn State Athletics and for helping us to create a lifetime of impact for all of our student athletes. Ball falls off the tee. So the onside kick recovered by Anthony Ivey sets up a short drive of 7 plays, 25 yards. They counter the SMU field goal with one of their own. Jack, that also means nearly 7 minutes have now gone off the clock. It's still a 28-point lead.
Exactly. We got a break also on a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against SMU. They kept that drive going, but you're right about the fact. Just countered that with another field goal as well. 8:13 left to go in the third period. Seems like that ball is staying on the tee right down to 35.
And Wosu approaches. High end over end, so returnable by Smith at the 7. Smith to the 15, opening to the 20, 25, dances to the 30 and out of bounds on the near side at the 30-yard line. He's shifty down there, a little pushing and shoving. Just get out of there and go to your sideline.
Yeah, no question about it. Smith makes people miss in open field. We knew what a good receiver he was at the University of Miami. Came here and made the transition to a running back, and he's been through the entire season. He's already caught 35 balls this year in the regular season, and you can see how good a guy he does in open field, making people miss.
2 far side, 1 near side, 2 in the backfield. Smith in motion away from us. Jennings, pressure. Screen pass to Daniels to the 30, well blocked, 35 to the 40 and pushed out of bounds at the 40-yard line. That should be an SMU first down. They put Daniels in the backfield for a reason, and that was to run that play.
They're also trying to get rid of the ball very quickly, kind of trying to slow down this Penn State rush with a 31-3 lead, and then dumping the football off quickly like that.
Second down and actually a half yard. Trips near side, 1 far side. Jennings up to the line of scrimmage. Smith to his right. Jennings takes it. Quick toss near side. And Brinson's taken down for a loss at the 37-yard line. An outstanding play by a Davian Collins.
Well, you talk about a corner, how quickly you get to high speed. He beats the blocker who's trying to kick him out on the play and ends up making the tackle for a loss. Great job by Collins on man-to-man coming up on the wide receiver screen.
3rd and 3, back of their own 37. Trips far side, 1 near side with Smith to the right. It's going to be Smith up the middle, hit at the 38 and ripped down.
The Kazai Izzard, just an outstanding job.
4th down and 2 at the 37.5, and SMU has to go for it, Jack. Can this defense come up with another 4th down stop?
Yeah, and
6:48 left in the third. 31-3 Nittany Lions, 4th and 2. SMU their own 38. Trips far side, Smith to the right. Jennings, Smith. First down to the 40-yard line. He got it by a half yard, and they moved to change their first 4th down conversion of the day, now 1 of 3.
Boy, Penn State defensively trying to get up the field that time. Ends up, Kobe King goes to the right side. It is blocked out on the play.
Jennings wants to throw. Has some time this time. Long and deep near side for Brinson. Flag goes down into Davian Collins. It's either holding or pass interference, one of the two.
Yeah, right around the 30-yard line. That's when it occurred on the play. The official, the linesman, quickly threw the flag.
On the defense, number 29.
Yep.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
So instead of 15, it's 10. So they're going to move the ball to the Penn State 49.5. It's the second time today. One was a pass interference. Now this time it is a holding penalty.
And we're coming with pressure that time. DeLuca is coming with off the edge, and he is picked up on the play. That had time to throw the deep ball downfield.
Two far side, one near side. Smith to the right of Jennings. Up to the line, now looks to the sideline. The crowd just gets louder and louder. Johnson now moves to the right of Jennings. Takes it. Johnson up the middle and gets to the 46 of Penn State. He gets about 3 on the play, 2nd down and 7. Keep Johnson into the left of Jennings. 2 left, 2 right. Jennings. Johnson again breaks one tackle down to the 30, 45 to the 40, inside the 40, and a first down for SMU to the 36-yard line.
Crossed up this Penn State defense. Think it's going to be a pass up the field. Ends up being like a delayed draw right up in the middle and ends up getting good yardage.
36 at Penn State. Jennings wants to throw this time. He's got some time this time. Now rolls near side, throws, and coming back to make the catch at the 15-yard line. And Hudson has it in a first down for SMU, and the crowd is...
Yeah, denied Dennis Sutton coming over the outside. Thinks he was held on to play.
Yep, but...
He throws his hands up in the air, and the official just ignores him on the play. No question about it. They had him wrapped up on the play. It ends up rolling out. More time for Jennings to throw the football and gets the ball down to the 15.
Trips far side, one to the near side. Smith is back in the game for Johnson, the running back to the left of Jennings at the 15 of Penn State. Back goes Jennings. Rolls far side, being chased by Carter, now comes back to the 25, throws it, and caught by Smith at the 10 to the 5, inside the 5, and finally hit at the 2-yard line. 1st and goal, SMU.
A good job of Jennings. What he's trying to do is roll out of the pocket, and Carter trying to track him down, just could not get Jennings to the ground, and he delivered the football, then a broken tackle on DeLuca.
Movement everywhere.
After that last play, James Franklin running down the sideline, yelling at his defense, make sure you're wrapping up, no missed tackles in open space.
Yeah, you want to make them earn every yard, Brian, downfield.
71 on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
It's another false start. It's a Logan Parr, the left guard, so they moved it back to the 7, 1st and goal. 4:22 left in the third. 31-3 Nittany Lions. Student section screaming. Jennings rolls near side, being chased, stops, waits, stops, steps up at the 10, being chased, throws in the end zone, threw it away, incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and goal at the 7.
Well, right now Jennings feels the way to get back in this game is roll out, get outside the containment, and it's just hard to get him down on the ground. That's Zane Durant, a defensive tackle. He's trying to make a move on an open field. Durant doing all he can to just turn him back inside, and Jennings tries to go, ends up Rojas forcing him to throw the football away.
Well, because SMU substituted, Penn State takes its time getting off the field. 2nd and goal at the 7. One near side, bunch set far side. Hibbert now sets up right wing. Jennings rolls near side, being chased, throws in the end zone, and incomplete. Tried to feed it to Brinson that time. It's going to be 3rd and goal at the 7.
Yeah, end up making the catch up in the air and forced out of bounds. He did not come back down in the field to play. The official right there called it an incomplete pass.
Johnson goes out. Smith comes back in for SMU. 4 minutes to go in the third. 31-3 Nittany Lions. 3rd and goal at the 7 for SMU.
But you almost anticipate Jennings rolling out either right or left to get away from the Penn State pressure.
Trips near side, one far side, with Smith to his left. Jennings takes it, back, pressure, Carter being held. Carter takes it down, back at the 26-yard line. He would not be stopped.
Great job by Carter. Jennings is trying to put a fake on him from the backside. He didn't really, there's no question he got his left hand wrapped around Carter's neck again, but Carter fights through that, makes the play, and now another field goal attempt by SMU.
42-yard attempt, far hash, angle to his right for Rogers. 15 to 21 beyond 40. The kick is up by Rodgers. The kick by Rodgers is no good. The crowd created a false start. Abdul Carter created a sack. And Rodgers misses a 42-yard field goal and a break. Third quarter brought to you by Highmark, because life. 3:22 to go in the third. 31-3 Nittany Lions on the Penn State Sports Network.
Feeling the need to get away from it all? Then it's time to unleash your wild side and hit the off-road with the ultimate adventure partner, the Ford Bronco family of SUVs. Whether you're tackling the trails or just enjoying nature, the Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport are designed for fun. With all the high-tech, versatility, and comfort, the Ford Bronco family will let you make the most of every adventure. So gear up and get out there. Start out today at buyfordnow.com and then get to your local Ford store.
Tofttree's Golf Resort is a full-service resort minutes from University Park. Tofttree's luxurious hotel rooms and suites were designed for your comfort and convenience. After a great night's sleep, tee off at their PGA-rated golf course. From beginner to pro, the 18-hole course offers a fun, challenging round of golf on site. If you're hungry, the Field Burger and Tap, award-winning restaurant, offers a delicious farm-to-table dining experience. Tofttree's Golf Resort is also the perfect venue for weddings and events. Visit tofttrees.com for more information. Tofttree's Golf Resort in State College.
As the cost of electricity continues to rise, people in Pennsylvania are looking for ways to save money at home, and they're finding it in an energy source that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. It's propane. Propane can power.
What's up, football fans? Thanks for hanging out with us today for Penn State Nittany Lions hosting SMU the Mustangs. We really appreciate you being here. Please hit that like button down below. It helps bring more football fans here to the chat to hang out with us and cheer on the team you're rooting for, or just talk some football, because that's what we're doing here. We're hanging out, we're keeping it classy, we're hitting like buttons, and we're sharing links. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Good luck to your team.
Visit psecu.com and become a member today.
With great food, stop into the field. Burger and Tap. Experience the most delicious milkshakes, top-rated burgers and fries, including signature burger creations made by Penn State's amazing coaches. So visit the field, Burger and Tap in State College. You'll be amazed at what you'll find. Local burgers, the field. 106,013 loving this defensive performance by the Nittany Lions. They lead it 31-3 over SMU. 3:22 to play here in the third. And Jack, now the offense. They can put together a drive here. Yeah, they can throw the left hook.
And also kept that defensive breather on that sideline, because you're chasing Jennings for that entire series.
Yes.
And he's going all over the field. Our defensive line, especially edge rushers, did an outstanding job of keeping him out of the end zone.
Katron Allen to the left of Allard, two left, two right. Motion toward us. On the jet sweep, it's Singleton to the 25-30. Singleton over the 30 and taken down at the 33-yard line. He gets 8 on the play, second down and 2.
Well, he faked it to Singleton so many times coming across the formation. Katron Allen out in front with a block, a block inside, and Singleton comes off of that, bounces to the outside, gets a good 8 yards on the play.
They'll take Singleton out. It'll be 2nd and 2 at their own, well, actually second and 2 at their own 34-yard line. Allen will be in the pistol behind Allard. Tight formation, 2 left, 2 right, with really a double wing. And Drew waits. Dawkins will snap it right there. And they'll give it to Allen up the middle. First down as he barrels over the 35 and pushes the pile out to the 40-yard line in typical Katron Allen style.
Yeah, we got a physical run, and Katron Allen, good job. Good block by Warren, the tight end. Also, Dinkins again, both tight ends. Outstanding kick-out blocks. And Katron Allen comes off of those 2 blocks and gets the first down out to the 40.
1st and 10, their own 40, going right to left as we see it with 2:08 to go in the third. Penn State leads this game 31-3. Wallace jogs out to the far side. Clifford near side, double wing with Dinkins wing left and Warren wing right. Out of the pistol, Allen now sets up now to the left of Allen. 1st and 10, their own 40. Katron Allen, right side to the edge. He goes to the 40, cuts it up over the 40, creates contact at the 43, pushes the pile to 45, over the 45, and just with pure power and determination, gets it out to the 46-yard line.
It's just a typical Katron Allen run. They take his football, going to the outside. Good block by Warren again on a good kick-out block. And Katron Allen, you talk about a physical running back behind that offensive line. He just lowers his shoulder into the defender and just kept going forward.
2nd down and 4 at their own 46 with 1:14 to go in the third.
I can't emphasize enough what being physical does for this sideline and this offense about setting a tone to a football game.
It's a great point, Brian. Both tight ends on the left wing, wide receiver each way. It's Allen, breaks a tackle 50, near side 45, cuts it up to the 40, inside the 40, and rumbles inside the 40 to the 37-yard line, and a Penn State first down.
Now there's a kick-out block, a good seal block by both tight ends again, Dinkins and Warren both. And Katron Allen could have avoided the safety downfield. He's got a lot of room to make a move, not so much. He's going to go run and try to run over people down around the 38-yard line.
To quote the Keanu Reeves and the Replacements, that's not our style.
You got that right, especially for a guy like Katron Allen.
All right, 1st and 10, SMU 37. Motion by Warren toward us. Pitches to the edge. It's Singleton to the edge, 35, inside the 35, and taken down at the 33 of SMU on what will be the final play of the third quarter. Third quarter brought to you by Highmark, because life. To the fourth quarter we go in the opening round of the college football playoff.
That's the end of the third.
31-3 Nittany Lions on the Penn State Sports Network.
Feeling the need to get away from it all? Then it's time to unleash your wild side and hit the off-road with the ultimate adventure partner, the Ford Bronco family of SUVs. Whether you're tackling the trails or just enjoying nature, the Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport are designed for fun. With all the high-tech, versatility, and comfort, the Ford Bronco family will let you make the most of every adventure. So gear up and get out there. Start out today at buyfordnow.com and then get to your local Ford store.
Dear team, thanks for showing up for me with the best face paint and taunting the other team in the kindest way. For standing on your seat when I need the support and screaming until your throat hurts because you know it makes a difference. For wearing my number. For being the best teammates a player could ask for. At Highmark, we're proud to be cheering alongside the best teammates. Fans like you. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield. Official partner of Penn State Athletics.
In Pennsylvania, we put the win in winter. From the stadium to the slopes, every getaway here brings a different kind of thrill. Are you chasing fresh powder or après-ski vibes? Cozy cabin weekends or snowshoeing adventures? City chill or small town charm? However you winter, PA's got your perfect place. So are you ready to make this season your best ever? Plan a winter getaway at visitpa.com.
At PSECU, we like to think we're pretty unforgettable.
PSCPCU.
PESU.
Okay, maybe our name's a little hard to remember.
Fuck you!
But the perks at PSECU are impossible to forget. We're a member-owned digital-first credit union that treats members way better than your average bank.
Oh, that's pretty cool, okay.
So even if you can't remember our name, just don't forget that our members achieve more.
PSECU.
PSECU.
PSECU! So why aren't you a member yet?
You're listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
Ready for your next adventure? Follow the Fox to easy RV buying at Lurch RV. Alumni founded and owned. Your dream RV is just a visit away. 15 more minutes. 31-3. The Nittany Lions lead SMU. So far, they've gone 5 plays, 42 yards on this drive the Nittany Lions had. They are at the SMU 33 on the near hash, going left to right as we see it here in the fourth quarter. They've kept it on the ground exclusively on this drive.
And this was the direction now that you shift to the fourth quarter that James Franklin, going into halftime, said they had concern about how they were throwing the football, and he said it was very difficult to throw in this direction. It's also the direction that kick for SMU just came up short.
Thanks, Brian. Great job Brian's done. He's had to endure the conditions like everybody else. It's Katron Allen, breaks a tackle to the 30, inside the 30, and pushes it down to the 26-yard line. He's got another Penn State first down.
But when you're an offensive line blocking for a guy like Katron Allen, also an injury right now to a SMU defender, you see the effort that Katron Allen breaks a tackle to the line of scrimmage. Two guys have him, continues to finish off the run, going forward with his momentum and getting those extra 2 or 3 yards.
Katron Allen is in the middle of the SMU huddle right now, and his offensive line. He was saying something to the crowd, and one of the officials and the defender said, "Get back on your side." His offensive lineman come in and pull him out. I think he was okay 1-on-10, but they're going to help him out anyway.
Guess what? Here's the deal. You can go back and join your own group. He's been great here in the fourth quarter. A break, 31-3 Nittany Lions, 14:48 to play on the Penn State Sports Network.
Del Grosso Foods is a proud sponsor of Penn State football. As America's oldest family-owned pasta sauce maker, we've been perfecting the art of flavor for generations. And now you can bring even more flavor to your home with our all-new creamy Alfredo sauce. Ready to elevate your next meal? Explore Del Grosso Alfredo sauce and all our irresistible pasta sauces, pizza sauces, and Sloppy Joe sauce at DelGrossoFoods.com. Del Grosso, the finest sauce made.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm the valet at the game, and I'm as tight on cash as this lot is on space. So I'm gonna park your way too big truck in this way too small spot. And if you don't have the right auto insurance, this might leave you crunched for cash. So get Allstate, save money, and get protected from mayhem like me. Who's next?
Savings vary based on coverage selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
For over 45 years, Urish Popek & Company accountants and consultants have advised private and public companies to achieve their business goals. Just as Penn State football has a winning tradition, Urish Popek has a history of bringing success to their clients, helping them achieve their goals by providing long-term planning and strategy in a complex business environment. Urish Popek is proud to be a partner of Penn State Athletics. Let's go State!
There are two things that Pennsylvanians love. That's football, hike, and farming. New Holland is a proud partner of Penn State football. Founded in Lancaster County, New Holland has been creating the most innovative agriculture and construction equipment for more than 125 years.
You're listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
Stay tuned after the game for Inside the Numbers, brought to you by the PA Lottery. Get in the game with PA Lottery online. The thrill of winning is now at your fingertips. Visit PALottery.com today. Players must be 18 or older. We all qualified. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians. We qualify there every day.
Tony Petitti, Big Ten commissioner, standing down here on the sideline, enduring the elements the entire time, too, today.
He's done a great job as the commissioner of this conference. All right, Singleton now the running back. Takes it left side. Singleton 25, 20 to the 15. Singleton breaks the tackle to the 10, inside the 10 in the Del Grosso Sauce red zone at the 9. First and goal.
Well, again, good blocking. We're running the football off that left side. And you have the two tight ends again. You have Dinkins. You have Warren. You have Sheldon, the left tackle as well, getting a push off that left side. And Singleton initiative does not go down. Gains about 4 or 5 extra yards after an arm tackle.
First and goal at the 9. Farhash attacking the south end zone to our right. Clifford will pop out to the far side with Wallace. We'll set it up. It's Katron Allen. He'll get the ball. Allen to the right. Allen to the 5. Allen pushes the pile. It just delivers punishment down to the 3-yard line. It's second and goal.
I mean, Katron Allen is moving the pile. After initial contact around the 6-yard line, he ends up down around the 3 because of just physical running behind this offensive line.
He's not done yet. Second and goal at the 3. Fleming comes in for Wallace. And again, attacking the south end zone to our right.
And Fleming is probably the best blocking wide receiver we have on the team as well. So this may be that physical time to continue to pound this football, keep the clock running. Under 13 minutes now for the end of this game.
Clock had run down to 1, so Penn State will take a timeout with 13 minutes to play. Leading 31-3. It's a 30-second timeout.
Penn State made a late substitution there with about 12 on the clock, and they got a little taste of their own medicine with SMU walking some players on, and James was like, we're not going to back up at all. He's going to go down and take the timeout.
Guess what? One team's up 31-3. I don't care if they take the time. They take all the time you want to bring your personnel in.
You mentioned the weather, too, Steve. I mean, very few fans have left. The score, the weather, this is an unbelievable crowd. I think this is as great of a crowd as we have seen in the history of Beaver Stadium for one of the most important games in the history of this stadium.
This is a playoff caliber crowd in every sense. Warren splits to the far side. He'll spread the formation out. Now they'll bring everybody back. Allen is the running back. Allen under center. Turns Katron Allen up the middle. Burst to the goal line and into the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. The Nittany Lions throw the left hook with 12:56 to play.
Boy, you talk about a running back down on the goal line, coming off the mark. That's what Katron Allen did behind this offensive line. Straight ahead blocking. You had Warren on a kick-out block, but Katron Allen was not going to be denied.
A playoff caliber drive. 9 plays, 75 yards, 5:26 off the clock. That was a playoff drive.
Hey, you guys could hear that from up here. Those guys feeling it on that defense. That was a physical run.
Well, so far, Singleton and Allen combined for 158 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. Barker's extra point is good. 38-3 Nittany Lions, 12:56 to play. Brian, I have good news for you. The next stop is warm. We'll take a break on the Penn State Sports Network.
There are 2 things that Pennsylvanians love. That's football, hike, and farming. New Holland is a proud partner of Penn State football. Founded in Lancaster County, New Holland has been creating the most innovative agriculture and construction equipment for more than 125 years.
Feeling the need to get away from it all? Then it's time to unleash your wild side and hit the off-road with the ultimate adventure partner, the Ford Bronco family of SUVs. Whether you're tackling the trails or just enjoying nature, the Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport are designed for fun. With all the high-tech, versatility, and comfort, the Ford Bronco family will let you make the most of every adventure. So gear up and get out there. Start out today at buyfordnow.com and then get to your local Ford store.
Toft Trees Golf Resort is a full-service resort minutes from University Park. Toft Trees' luxurious hotel rooms and suites were designed for your comfort and convenience. After a great night's sleep, tee off at their PGA-rated golf course. From beginner to pro, the 18-hole course offers a fun, challenging round of golf on site. If you're hungry, the Field Burger and Tap, award-winning restaurant, offers a delicious farm-to-table dining experience. Toft Trees Golf Resort is also the perfect venue for weddings and events. Visit tofttrees.com for more information. Toft Trees Golf Resort in State College.
You get more for your money at Thompson Creek. We do it all. Design, build, and install. So there's no middleman markup. You get high-quality windows at an affordable price direct from our local factory. Call today for our last big sale of the year on all windows and doors. Plus, no...
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The person that's listening to the Penn State and the SMU college football playoff game here on Toronto Sports Insider, hanging out with us, chatting it up, having a good time. Thank you for being here. Why haven't you hit that subscribe button yet? Come on, get on it, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single college football playoff game from now till the national championship. Thank you so much for being here, and as well, every Toronto sports event, the Leafs, the Raptors, everything. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Thanks for becoming insiders and hitting that subscribe button.
Join me, Danny Cannell, and Dusty Dvorak Monday morning at 6 Eastern as we break down all the action from the weekend on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
With a wind chill currently of 6, and nobody has left. This crowd has been absolutely incredible.
And they're enjoying every minute of this last 13 minutes left to go in this football game, and then on to Phoenix.
And Smith will take it to 10, swings near side to the 15, over the 20, and then is gang tackled at the 21-yard line, and that's where SMU will put it in play.
Yeah, you talk about the wind gusts and enjoying this. Well, how about the flavor of the season? Some light flurries starting to fall as he kicked that ball as well. I don't think we will have flurries in Phoenix.
Let me put it this way. That was a part of the forecast that Jack delivered in the pregame. There might be a flurry or snow shower late.
Late in the game, if you paid attention, and Steve did. So.
Too near side. Keyshawn Smith and Daniels. Is there a flag?
Yeah,
down?
There's a flag at the third. There's something at the third.
Well,
yeah, it's a flag.
Yep. And they're still discussing it. And SMU's going backwards.
Personal foul. Illegal block below the waist on the receiving team. Penalty is half the distance to the goal. First down.
And a good crowd right now. That's a student section back there. It's probably going to be about the loudest for SMU's offense to navigate here right now back to their own end zone.
SMU, today Jennings has thrown 3 interceptions. That means SMU is right now a minus 14 on the season in road games this year. Unbelievable number. 2 near side, 1 to the far side. Jennings with the students right at his back stands at the 5-yard line. Takes it, play action, rolls right, throws it, lobs it complete to Eby. Eby over the 15 out to the 16-yard line. And for Stone Eby, that is his first catch of the season and the longest gain of his career.
Oh, and again, denied. Dennis Sutton is coming off the edge, makes the ball go up over his head. Rojas on the tackle.
2nd down and 5, back of their own 16-yard line. 2 left, 2 right. And it's going to be Smith tripped up at the 16, just never got going that time. It's going to be 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, it looked like Keziah Izzard ends up making that play.
What a game he's had,
with his
Jack.
right arm, and then makes that tackle. Looked like Smith had a chance for a big play there, and ends up tripping up right at the line of scrimmage, setting up a 3rd down situation.
2 left, 2 right on 3rd down and 5, their own 16. And then Eby has to check now with Jennings. Jennings waits. Back he goes. Here comes the pressure. Throws. He's got Keyshawn Smith at the 25 and taken down by Elliott Washington at the 25-yard line of the 1st down for SMU with 11:36 to play. 38-3 Nittany Lions. Back goes Jennings. Throws far side and incomplete. Boy, unfortunately there because the feet got tangled up that time and went down on the play.
And Collins is thinking it's offensive pass interference on this play at the end, but looks like he just fell, though, for the most part.
He just fell.
Yeah, incidental contact. They got their legs kind of tripped up and tangled up between them, and they ended up going down.
Yeah, Hudson couldn't make the catch, so it's 2nd and 10. SMU their own 26-yard line. And it's an option play. Jennings is caught. Zane Durant rips him down for a loss back at the 22-yard line.
But Zane Durant stays at home on that backside. He comes down flat down the line of scrimmage. He keeps leverage on the outside, keeps his right arm free so he can come off the offensive lineman and make the play on Jennings in the backfield.
1 near side, 2 to the far side. In fact, trips far side. Jennings goes back. They rush 4. Here comes the pressure. No flag for holding there. Now Jennings slings it deep downfield for Daniels and incomplete, covered up by Wheatley. It'll be 3rd down and 14.
Wheatley just trying to get back there at that time. Jennings, again, got outside of containment. And it looks like they are going to punt the football down.
It's 4th down. They'll punt it away. It's just let's face it, it's 38-3. There's no reason to go for anything anymore.
Yeah. Keziah Izzard at the end of this play is jogging towards Jennings. He has run sideline to sideline to keep plays alive in the passing game to try to make some plays downfield. Wheatley down on the deep ball.
So Tracy awaits the punt at his own 35-yard line, and Pearson just kicks it out of there. High tumbling punt, fair catch by Tracy, executes the fair catch at his own 43-yard line. 10:42 to play at Beaver Stadium in the opening round of the college football playoff. 38-3 Nittany Lions on the Penn State Sports Network.
Feeling the need to get away from it all? Then it's time to unleash your wild side and hit the off-road with the ultimate adventure partner, the Ford Bronco family of SUVs. Whether you're tackling the trails or just enjoying nature, the Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport are designed for fun. With all the high-tech, versatility, and comfort, the Ford Bronco family will let you make the most of every adventure. So gear up and get out there. Start out today at buyfordnow.com and then get to your local Ford store.
Get rewarded, like really rewarded, this Christmas at Wise Markets. Redeem your Wise Rewards points for one free item, like a Smithfield Spiral Sliced Ham, and one discounted item, like a turkey. Then complete your feast with Wise Quality Frozen Vegetables, Wise Quality 2-liter soda, From the Field potatoes, pumpkin and apple pie. With so many options, what will you spend all those points on? Get rewarded. That's Wise.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
This season, Abbott and the Big Ten teamed up to host the first ever conference-wide blood donation competition to help fight the greatest blood shortage in a generation. The We Give Blood Drive helped save as many as 60,000 lives thanks to alumni, students, and Penn State Nittany Lion fans like you. But the need for blood donations doesn't stop here. Go to big10.org/Abbott to sign up to give blood and save lives. Abbott, proud partner of the Big Ten Conference and Penn State Athletics. You're listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
The Penn State Department of Intercollegiate Athletics would like to recognize the Nittany Lions all-conference corporate partners: Bud Light, Lurch RV, MI Windows and Doors, Pam Health, Penn State Bookstore, Pennsylvania Lottery, Planet Fitness, SRS Distributions, Utz, and Wyndham Hotels. Thanks to our all-conference corporate partners for your support of Penn State Athletics. It is a festive fourth quarter here at Beaver Stadium. 38-3, the Nittany Lions lead it. They have 10:42 to go before they start buying up Fiesta Bowl tickets.
And Ethan Grunkemeyer is in the game at quarterback for Penn State.
His first action ever as a Nittany Lion in a game. He's been outstanding in those Sunday night scrimmages. Now he gets his shot. And they'll set up Dinkins right wing. Grunkemeyer takes it and whistle and call for a false start as he gave it to Singleton. They'll back up 5. It'll be 1st and 15. Have to reset the clock.
False start. Number 72 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Anytime you get a new quarterback in there,
yep.
You know, new voice inflection, offensive mind normally used to Drew Aller back there, kind of a situation where you just come off a count early. I can't say enough talk about the offensive line blocking, but Warren and Dinkins, the two tight ends, for this running game for 174 yards rushing against that SMU defense.
So Grunkemeyer, again, SMU came in 93 yards a game, giving up rushing yards. Today, 174. Singleton bounces to his right, breaks one tackle, and then tripped up as he gets to the 39 to get a yard in the play. 2nd down and 14.
Yeah, it's interesting here, too, that they brought Grunkemeyer in and basically left everyone else in the football game right now. Get him some reps with these guys, because if he's forced into duty at any point, this is who he'll be playing with.
Well, I mean, this is a chess move by James. Hey, just in case, that way our guy is played.
Tyler Warren, the only other guy that you probably don't want in there right now, and he's not.
No, he's not. Singleton to the right of Grunkemeyer. To far side, Wallace near side. Grunkemeyer wants to throw. He's got Wallace. That threw his hands and intercepted. So the pickoff for SMU is they finally get a takeaway in this game by Brandon Crossley, his first interception of the season and the 7th of his career, and Penn State gives it up at the 42-yard line.
Yeah, the ball was a little bit high, but
yes,
it looked like Wallace had a chance to make this catch. It goes through his hands. I know it's a cold day out there. I'm not sure how well these gloves are working for those players with the cold out there, but it went through Wallace's hands for an easy interception. When you want to get your backup quarterback, get some time. You want him to throw the football, and now SMU back with the ball in Penn State territory.
Yep, and that will be at the 42 of Penn State. Jennings under center, rolls right. They want to throw back, but it's covered, so he just dumps it off and complete to Johnson at the 50, 45, and hit from behind and dropped at the 40-yard line. They end up with a 2-yard gain out of that, 2nd down and 8.
I'll tell you, Jennings has run all over this field here at Beaver Stadium. A play-action fake. We're getting pressure up the middle that time. He dumped the football off, ends up being a completion for about a 3-yard gain, but Elston on the pressure that time, still continuing to go after the quarterback.
Jennings with 2 near side, 1 far side. Motion by Daniels away from us. Jennings takes it. Pitches it back to Daniels. Daniels, great job by Miller to turn him inside and take him down at the 43-yard line. Cam Miller.
In open field, Cam Miller. And thank goodness he wanted not tear away jerseys here right now. Cam Miller makes sure it's contained, turns it back into Vanover, and ends up making the tackle, but bringing him down by the shirt.
3rd and 11 at the Penn State 43. Elston in there for King at linebacker. Vanover in at end. Back goes Jennings, 4-man rush. That's plenty of pressure. He rolls right. He's in trouble. Flag goes down. They're finally going to get a holding penalty. Jennings will throw it downfield. It's incomplete, but there's going to be a holding penalty on SMU.
Boy, the MO on this offense for SMU after Penn State has taken this lead, big lead, is just have Jennings go out there and just roll out and just try to find somebody on broken plays downfield. They finally get a holding call here against one of the offensive linemen, and they'll bring this one back.
James is probably like, you called what?
Holding on the offense. Number 54, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, 3rd down.
Savion Byrd, 2nd time today he's been called.
And also the last couple of weeks he's been called for holding calls as well.
Yep.
Talked to some of the SMU people. They were concerned about that matchup on the outside. Obviously, our first team guys are not in there right now, but Byrd has had a problem with that left tackle for the last couple of weeks.
And the thing you have to love about James Franklin down here on the sideline, no matter what the score is, no matter how much time is left, he coaches for 60 minutes.
So it's going to be 3rd down for SMU. Back at their own 47-yard line. Trips near side, 1 far side. Jennings back. Jennings, pressure over the middle, and juggled down, incomplete. Elston had it, dropped it. There's flags, though, resting by Jennings. I think we may have roughing the passer.
Well, it would not have counted anyways, it seems like right now. But Jennings is taking a beating out here right now. Plus, he has run sideline to sideline all day long. Here's
Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense, number 33. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
Well, Elston doesn't feel so bad about dropping it now. It wouldn't have counted, as Jack said.
Yeah, they call this on
Sutton.
A little bit of it after the play, getting his shoulder underneath Jennings. And they'll call that. It looked like he took another step and then hit Jennings in the pocket. And I'll tell you, Jennings has been out there all day long, taking a beating, and has run all over the field.
Yep.
What a competitor out there today.
He sure is. Tough young man. Trips far side, 1 near side. And whistle.
James Franklin ran down the sideline.
Timeout.
Penn State.
And he saw something he didn't like.
Well, 8:29.
This will be a 30-second
I'll tell you right now.
Timeout.
Look, everything's at stake here. So, look, he does it maybe 38-3, but guess what? He's just going to say, look, right to the end. He talked about 65 plays offense, 65 defense, 15 to 20 maybe on special teams, whatever the number happens to be. This is your season right here. In Penn State, they may have the huge lead, but he's not going to back off.
Yeah, and plus the fact, I mean, this is a playoff game in a sense, and getting valuable experience for some of these guys out there in a playoff-type situation. I mean, this is the only way you get is being out on the field. So I understand completely what he's trying to do here right now. And so to Brian's point, coaching to the last second.
And he talks about a standard that he holds everyone to for the entirety of the game. It starts with him.
Yep, and he does it. Trips far side, one near side. 1st and 10, Penn State 38. Pitches to the edge. To the edge he goes to the 40, cuts back to his right, take it out the 35-yard line. He gets 3 on the play as they go. Elsden with a great job that time on Smith to take him down. It's going to be 2nd and 7.
Yeah, and Vanover does a good job here as well. Athletic edge rushers like that, he ends up making the play on the outside, but Vanover is a guy that made sure that Smith was going to go to the sideline and turn it back in, and Elsden ends up making the tackle.
Wide receiver each way. In fact, 2 near side, 1 far side with a wing right. Motion by Smith away from us. Play action. Jennings throwback. It's caught and breaks the tackle. 35. Daniels to the 30 and knocked out of bounds inside the 30 at the 28 and very close to an SMU first down.
Well, I'll tell you, we're starting to continue to miss tackles out there in open field. They end up lunging, going forward, ends up missing a couple of missed tackles on the outside.
7:44 left. 38-3 Nittany Lions. 2 far side, 1 near side. Jennings wants to throw. Here comes the pressure. Stabs up. Now he throws it down the middle of the field. The end zone, they're there. And caught. Touchdown, SMU, Roderick Daniels. Good throw by Jennings.
Good throw by Jennings. You've got Cam Miller on the coverage that time. They had good protection. It's a 4-man rush, and then we kind of match up.
Yep.
And it's a post pattern just inside Cam Miller. Cam Miller's just a step behind on the play. This is an outstanding throw at the end of the game by Jennings to put the touchdown on the board here with 7:31 left to go.
So 38-9 Nittany Lions. And here's Rogers for the extra point. And put down, kick is up, and the kick is good. A break. 38-10 Nittany Lions. 7:31 to play on the Penn State Sports Network.
24/7, get the gear at PennStateClothes.com.
The Family Clothesline at State College has the perfect gear for every Penn State fan. We have officially licensed Penn State clothing and merchandise from quality brands like Nike, Under Armour, Yeti, Lululemon, and more. Shop PennStateClothes.com and get free shipping on all orders of $50 or more. We are
the Family Clothesline.
Is your basement or crawl space getting damp or even water in there? Is there a musty smell or even cracks in your foundation? If so, call the experts at Liberty Basement Systems, 570-998-4540. They will come to your home, give you a free inspection and free estimate from their certified inspectors. Their crew will come and fix the problem right away so that you will have the peace of mind that your home is done right. Don't hesitate. Call the experts at Liberty Basement Systems, 570-998-4540, the official basement waterproofing sponsor of Penn State Athletics.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Get rewarded, like really rewarded, this Christmas at Wise Markets. Redeem your Wise Rewards points for 1 free item, like a Smithfield spiral sliced ham, and 1 discounted item, like a turkey. Then complete your feast with Wise quality frozen vegetables, Wise quality 2-liter soda, from the field potatoes, pumpkin, and apple pie. With so many options, what will you spend all those points on? Get rewarded. That's Wise.
Listening to Penn State football on the Penn State Sports Network, presented by PepsiCo.
Beaver Stadium, 7:31 to play, 38-10 Nittany Lions. The last time SMU scored, they kicked an onside kick. So let's see what they want to do here.
Yeah, the last drive by Penn State, giving up the deflected interception. When you're trying to get the ball to Wallace, the ball's a little bit high, ends up being intercepted. And then give credit to Jennings, who continued to make plays with his legs, get outside, away from the Penn State rush, get outside to containment, and then finally staying in the pocket, delivering the football downfield to his wide receiver on a post pattern. Cam is just beaten by about a step on the play, Cam Miller, and ends up being a touchdown. Yes, you're expecting the onside kick here.
Okay, Tryon Allen's back at the 20s, the only one back. I think Rogers is going to kick it away. He does.
Well,
Allen back and over the shoulder at the 3 and slides down at the 10. Could have called a fair catch.
Yeah, exactly. Could have just raised his hand and called for a fair catch. And Penn State will have the football again. But those are kind of mistakes we made on the last drive on the offensive side, giving on the turnover and then the deep ball for the touchdown where he ended up. Jennings had good protection for one of the few times today. Had time to sit in the pocket, deliver the football downfield on that post pattern for the touchdown. And now Penn State backed up inside their own 10-yard line with 7:29 left.
And based on the reaction to the sideline, to Jack, Anthony Poindexter, James Franklin, a lot of words for Lane after that touchdown. You wonder if the safety was a little bit out of position from where they wanted him to.
All right. So from the 8, Ruckemeyer still the quarterback with Singleton to his left. Singleton stutter steps and gets it out to the... He may have made the 9, almost the 10 that time. The key now is just watch the clock run.
Yeah, you're getting to the point right now where you want Singleton out of the lineup, and I think Smith might be right on his way in right now.
Yep.
So...
I think Dawkins slow to get up, but he's okay.
Yep. They can take all the time they want.
Yeah, putting Singleton on the sideline right now makes me feel pretty good because under 7 minutes right now, he's a huge part of that Penn State offense in the running game, passing game, and at 38-10 right now, we'll just try to continue to run the football and run this clock out.
Jack and I were looking at Martin and Smith before the game and said it'd be great to see them in the fourth quarter. Well, they're out there now. Here's Smith to the outside to the 10, taken down there, and it's going to be 3rd down and 8 for the Nittany Lions at the 10-yard line with 6:28 to play.
Well, Smith's trying to bounce this thing to the outside that time. Give SMU credit, especially early. They shut down the Penn State running game for the most part early. We got a lead because of the Penn State defense, and still continuing now with Smith being the lineup, trying to bounce that thing, and good pursuit, run-down pursuit by SMU.
3rd and 8, their own 10-yard line. 2 left, 2 right. Ruckemeyer has Corey Smith to his left. Now they go bunch set far side, and they bring Wallace back in motion to the side. All right. Ruckemeyer back, throws. He's got Wallace at the 15, turns upfield. He's got a first down. I think he does. He's close at the 18.5. The first completion of Ethan Ruckemeyer's career gives the Nittany Lions a first down out to the 19-yard line.
Well, he got the ball quickly out to Wallace. Ends up making a catch, turns upfield, and he just gets enough for the first down.
That'll give the freshman some confidence. 5:24.
And Drew Aller standing right at the line of scrimmage between James Franklin and Danny O'Brien, coaching Ethan up too.
Yeah, Wallace had another nice day today. It's his 4th catch of the day. Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Smith in the pistol. Corey takes it, bounces to his right to the 20, to his right to the 25, and finally taken down there. He gets 6 on the play, 2nd down and 4.
And they're so high on Corey Smith. Corey Smith is the guy that they talk about, the fact that the guy who in traffic and make people miss. He's got that quickness, that quick open field where he can make 2 or 3 guys in the secondary lunging forward for him, and he'll probably be about 10 to 15 pounds bigger next year with the weight program here at Penn State. And he'll be a big part of probably the running game for Penn State this following year.
Now it's Quentin Martin's turn. He's in the game as Smith goes out. Wing left, too far side on 2nd and 3, their own 26. It's Martin to his right to the 25, taken down at the line of scrimmage. No gain, 3rd down and 3. This is exactly the position you and all your fans want to be in. You know, with 4 minutes to play, your team can't lose. And seriously, I mean, you can really enjoy it on a cold afternoon. You can legitimately enjoy it.
Yeah, and you could think about this football team, how hard they have worked. The close games that they had to win to get to this point here right now with a chance to move on in the playoffs.
And bouncing to the right is Martin, taken down for a loss. It was Corey Smith that time, taken down for a loss at the 24-yard line. So they'll punt it away, to which you say, so what, with 3.5 to play. The wind chill right now here is 8. The temperature is 25. And look around the stadium. Yeah, have a few people left? Of course they have. But the vast majority are here.
Yeah, exactly. I think they want to enjoy every second of this new format in college football playoffs right now. Home game like this at Beaver Stadium. And for Penn State to win it and move on to Phoenix.
Ashton Genty and Boise State await. Thompson, they come after him, and he kicks it out of there. Good punt. Backing up, Daniels takes it at the 34, swings to the far side, cuts it up, gets a block to the 40, 45, and breaks another tackle, and finally tackled from behind at the SMU 47-yard line with 2:46 to play.
And after this game, some people will look at it and go, well, you played SMU. Well, they were undefeated in the ACC. They only had one loss during the regular season, had that heck of a championship game there with Clemson. This is a really good SMU team, and Penn State's defense set the tone with its turnovers. And you talk about leaning on a team with your run game. As they continue to establish their physicality, they just wore them down up front.
Brian, there are 134 teams in FBS. 12 made the playoff. SMU is one of them.
Yep.
Tells you everything. Max Granville's in the game at defensive end. They got a lot of different guys in there. Ty Blanding's in. Xavier Gilliam's in there up front. And they'll give, and it's going to be taken down for no gain at the 47. Well, Amin Vanover the other day yelled out and looked at me and he said, it's my last game at Beaver Stadium. Well, Amin and company that made it count.
Yeah, he just took the inside gap that time, got up the field and made the play.
2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss. And the ball's fumbled loose on the turf, and SMU recovers. And I think Kendrick Luster is now the quarterback, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're going to run this down to the 2-minute. I think SMU is, it's a little bit colder for them right now at the end of the game when you're on the short end of a 38-10 game. So, 2-minute warning.
2-minute timeout. Brian, how businesslike and now how celebratory is that sideline for Penn State?
I think while the crowd, when they came out at the half and had the big lead, was already starting the celebration, James Franklin, as you guys talked about up there, the message at halftime was we need to continue here in the third quarter. And SMU took that ball down the field, but they held them to a field goal, came with some big stops on the defensive side. They were locked in. They were locked in until midway through this fourth quarter. Not to say they're not now, but they certainly are enjoying the moments and enjoying that all their hard work has paid off, because this was an unbelievable atmosphere. This is what you hope for when you have a 12-team playoff and home sites for the first-round games. This has been unbelievable. I think this team's enjoying it. They're looking around and kind of soaking it all in right now.
So I go to you in the pregame show, and in the pregame, they're playing Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. Now we go back to you in the fourth quarter, and again they're playing Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. Is there some sort of contract we need to know about here?
I do not have, I don't know if you know the saying, I do not have the aux down here on the field.
Just asking.
And I know I would be remiss to not point out my sideline producer has made it down here to the field from his warm, cozy seat in the corner of the booth.
Well, I'm glad somebody left breadcrumbs so he could find the sideline.
Introduce yourself to him.
I introduced you guys at halftime, and Ron looked confused. All right. So Penn State is 2 minutes away from tying a school record for wins in a season. They won 12 in the incredible John Cappelletti 1973 season. They won 12 in the 1986 National Championship season. They won 12 in the incredible and recognized by many as the National Championship of 1994. And now they're going to get 12 here in 2024. And they're on the verge of going to the college football quarterfinals and the Fiesta Bowl against Boise State.
And what a challenge that will be for Penn State defense again.
Yes.
Because one of the best running back, or maybe the best running back in college football right now for Boise. And I'm sure there will be quite a few Boise State fans down there in Phoenix.
The great Ashton Genty, who's already gained 2,400 yards this season and scored 29 touchdowns.
And people may say, well, who did he play? Who did he play? Well, he looked pretty darn good against Oregon, too.
Yeah, well, against Oregon, he rushed for 192. He rushed for more yards individually against Oregon than Ohio State did as a team. Great point, Brian. And we had the stats to back it up.
I knew you had me covered. My hands are too cold to have my stats out there.
Well, you have a producer, don't you? Luster now to the line of scrimmage. He's the one that has to deal with this now. Kendrick Luster. 3rd down, 12. Back he goes. Blitz coming. Lobs it down the near side for Keyshawn Smith and broken up and incomplete. Deshaun Lane was there. And in some ways, I think, like Washington kind of broke it up.
Well, I'll tell you, Lane also reads this quickly.
Yes.
From that safety position, he sees it all the way, and he's trying to catch it. You got to go up and get it at the high point, and he has an easy interception downfield. You have a corner underneath. Lane, the safety, coming over the top, and he ends up almost with the interception down around the 25-yard line.
Juan Lane with excellent coverage that time. He really anticipated it. Now, one more punt here with 1:54 to play. And Pearson will kick it out of there. High twisting punt, fair catch by Zion Tracy at the 15-yard line. And now the Nittany Lions just have to run 3 plays. And everybody can go get warm and enjoy the holidays because the Nittany Lions have more work to do. In fact, I think there's several people in front of us that have really enjoyed it a lot, Jack.
Yeah.
And something tells me that they're already as soon as they're done celebrating and jumping up and down, they may hit their phones and buy plane tickets to Sky Harbor. That's the airport in Phoenix for the uninitiated. Too far side, double wing. Takes it. And up the middle and taken down at the 15-yard line, no gain. So Quentin Martin.
You're Steve, exactly right. We wanted to see Quentin Martin in the game and Smith, Corey Smith as well. And we have seen that here in the fourth quarter and under 125 left to go in this game for Penn State to win and move on in the college football playoffs.
It's great to say, isn't it?
You know what? It really does. In fact, Penn State has worked so hard to get here the last couple of years when it was a format of just 4 teams in a playoff. And now they got their opportunity to get here, and they took advantage of it today.
And taking that at the 16-yard line, they get 1 in the play. 1 minute to go to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Jack, I think you make a great point there. You don't take it for granted. It was hard to get here. Yeah, you may have been favored and at home and win it by a 38-10 final score. But all those close games, every time they found a way to win throughout the regular season, this is a very, very significant win for this football team today. And obviously they'll take a 1-0 approach. But you start looking ahead, and you can get really excited about going back to another New Year's Six.
Yeah, and you look back at the games against Southern Cal. You look back at the game against Minnesota. On the road, had a gut check time for this football team. They found a way. They found a way to win it, and that's why they're here today.
Martin over the 20 to the 22, and that will do it. James Franklin's 100th Penn State win propels the Nittany Lions into the college football playoff quarterfinals. Boise State's next New Year's Eve in the Fiesta Bowl. The Nittany Lions win it 38-10 as the fireworks fly to celebrate Penn State's first ever college football playoff win. What a day for Penn State football. It's one thing that we'll say is that we will not get a chance to talk to James in the postgame show because of the college football playoff rules. But the Nittany Lions get Ashton Genty and Boise State New Year's Eve at 7:30. We will be on the air at 6 o'clock Eastern Time.
And give credit to James Franklin because this team, you saw the practices. I saw the one on Friday where they were locked in for this football game. They didn't care. There was no distraction for them. I talked to the defensive linemen and linebackers about the fact of playing this game, and they were confident. They were locked in. They knew what they had to do. Very businesslike out here today. That defense was outstanding early in the game when we really needed it, and then the big plays defensively for pick sixes.
The Penn State football seniors, in their final game at Beaver Stadium, walk out playoff winners. The final, the Nittany Lions advance to the quarterfinals of the college football playoff. On to the Fiesta Bowl, beating SMU 38-10 on the Penn State Sports Network.
Gear.
Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
FBI issues warning. China has successfully gained access to U.S. energy companies, telecommunications, and water plants, meaning you and your family are in critical danger of random blackouts. Are you ready? 4 Patriots has you covered with a powerful solar generator that is safe enough to use inside and never needs gas ever. People use their solar generators to power big appliances like their fridge for days. Kevin M. from Savannah said, I ran 2 refrigerators and 2 freezers. Angel H. from Texas said, it's a lifesaver. And Donald L. said, not only is the generator great, the customer service is fantastic. Why use unsafe gas generators and breathe toxic fumes? Play it safe with the Patriot Power Solar Generator 2000X by 4 Patriots. This best-selling generator is sold out before, so don't wait, or you may find yourself in the dark during a dangerous blackout. Go to GetSolar2.com. That's GetSolar2.com. Claim a free solar panel and free gifts. Go to GetSolar2.com now.
Hey everybody, this is Motorcycle Mike. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I'm not just a personal injury attorney who protects our riding community. I've been called upon many times to help those of you who may need my services, whether you've been injured in a construction accident, a slip and fall accident, a victim of medical malpractice, or even an auto or a truck accident. If one day you need someone that you can trust to fight for you, then I'm that person. I will always be there when you call, and I will always try my hardest to do right by you. I am Motorcycle Mike Esquire.
MotorcycleMikeESQ.com. This advertisement has been paid for by Rappaport Glass, Levine, and Zulo, LLP.
From the Final Four to the Frozen Four, your year-round source for college sports. SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
You're listening to College Football Game Day Tailgate on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, and it's brought to you by Mazda, crafting cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
This is College Game Day Tailgate on SiriusXM College Sports Radio.
Right here on Channel 84, you'll hear the SMU Penn State matchup. Bobby and I are leading you right up to kickoff of that. At 3 o'clock Central, 4 Eastern, Clemson at Texas. You can hear the Clemson call over on 81. Texas will be right here on 84, and tonight you'll get the Ohio State broadcast on 84 with Tennessee over on 82. Say hello to our buddy Matt Josephs. Mid-Major Matt is in the house. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
Good. I'm looking forward to all the football today, both on the FBS and FCS levels.
Ooh, look at you bringing the FCS into this. I love it. But before we get to that, I want to get your reaction to last night. Kurt Cignetti, the punt on 4th and 11, but game was pretty much decided from that point forward. What were some of your major takeaways from the statement Notre Dame seemed to make last night?
Well, I mean, the first takeaway was that, and we've talked about this on the show, that we were arguing about the wrong team all along not belonging in the tournament. I mean, I don't care what SMU did today or does today. They played the extra game that others didn't. Indiana was the team that never belonged in the tournament. I mean, they were the team that got by with 9 easy wins, playing poorly against one ranked team. And so, like, last night kind of showed us that, like, strength of schedule matters. If you don't play anybody in the regular season and then all of a sudden things get ramped up, like that matters. And so Indiana got in for no reason. But I was very impressed with Notre Dame because their defense showed up and played really well. And their offense, I wouldn't say their offense was great last night, but it was good enough to win. Like, they're going to have to play better to beat Georgia. But I think Notre Dame's offense did just enough to go past the team that just didn't belong in that game last night.
I said this, man, I don't know if you have the same feeling. That's the first time I've watched Notre Dame play in what people would define as like a big stage. and I thought their team looked more athletic. Like defensively, they just looked faster. They were closing on the ball. There was less space for Indiana, and I don't feel like I've ever felt like that, at least in the last 20 years of watching Notre Dame football.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to watch Notre Dame football as much as possible since I'm not necessarily a fan of them, although I was last night. But like, yes, you're right. Like, and not to mention they outcoached Curt Cignetti. I mean, Curt Cignetti coached this game like there was another game coming up next week. You know, the punt was terrible. You know, running the ball from midfield, you know, sometimes on third down, just he looked like a guy who felt like there was another game coming up and that he was saving some things for next week, which we obviously know there was no next week. So that's just something we don't see from Notre Dame lately is having them outcoach the opponent, and that's what they did last night. You'll give a lot of credit to Coach Freeman.
Hey, are you a believer in Notre Dame? Now, do you see this as a team that could do a little bit more than just, hey, beat Indiana at home? You think the line kind of went a little back and forth whenever it opened last? I think ESPN had it at Notre Dame as a 1-point favorite, and then immediately on FanDuel it was Georgia as a 1.5 favorite. Do you see this line moving up? Are you giving Notre Dame much of a shot in 10 days?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm giving them definitely a shot. But I also, you know, this is where pedigree starts to come in. And you just mentioned it. The pedigree for Notre Dame is they don't play well in these sort of games. And the pedigree for Georgia is they win these sort of games. Now, this is the extra time. See, this is why I thought last year we did Florida State wrong because of the quarterback change. Because Florida State would have had a bunch of weeks to get their new quarterback ready. Georgia has some time to get Stockton ready for this game. And so Georgia is going to be able to put in a game plan that's going to work for him. And if they have to change it, they're going to change it. So I feel like, you know, Georgia's still a good team in this situation because they know how to win these games. And because, you know, this is going to be a neutral site game. So they're going to have it's not going to be in South Bend. So I still lean to Georgia in this sort of situation, but I definitely see this line flipping back and forth between Notre Dame and Georgia being favored.
I mean, let's get real, Matt. Let's talk about the real game yesterday. The Ohio Bobcats taking down Jacksonville State in the Staff DNA Cure Bowl. What'd you like about that one?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm always on the MAC. I think the MAC, you know, gets this disrespect. It didn't help last night that the MAC Player of the Year, didn't look very good for Indiana. But, I mean, look, it was a very good season for Ohio. They were highly motivated to play for the offensive coordinator who got promoted to head coach. They were a very good team. And, look, you know, we all assumed that Jacksonville State wasn't going to show up because Rich Rod wasn't there. This kind of should show you for these future games. Just because the head coach isn't there doesn't mean these teams aren't going to show up. It was a really good game, but obviously I was happy the MAC team won last night.
I got to tell you something. I am a big believer in what you just said. If a coach leaves, I'm immediately going to start looking at the other team in a bowl game. Holy smokes, Jacksonville State.
What if both coaches leave?
Yeah, then I don't bet on them. Then I look at the game. By the way, there was one other bowl game last night too. It was the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl, and Florida won 33-8, and it was highlighted by, I think, about a 700-pound man running for a first down, and Florida absolutely looking the part last night. Are you a believer, as Matt Josephs joins us, are you a believer in bowl momentum carrying over, Matt? Maybe not so much all the way to the next season, but at least to carry momentum into the offseason?
Yeah, I used to be. I mean, for the most part, I do believe in bowl momentum. But then again, I thought Virginia Tech was going to carry their bowl win last year into a good season, and that was clearly the opposite. But yes, you know, this is what happens when your team wants to be there. And I think Florida was going to want to be there no matter what, but I certainly think it helped that the bowl game was in their state. But, you know, DJ Lagway getting another game under his belt, getting another couple weeks to practice, you know, obviously he had a couple of interceptions, but he threw for over 300 yards. And on the opposite side, I mean, Ty Thompson was basically auditioning for his transfer portal destination, and it did not go very well. And so probably in his mind, he thought, all right, I'm in the portal. I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play really well. I'm going to look good for somebody. And it was quite the opposite. He did not look very good for Tulane yesterday.
You know, you mentioned that, and it's an interesting concept where everyone talks about the portal and your guys getting in it and how that decimates rosters. But there is the other side of that, Matt, where you can get in the portal and still play. And those guys would be highly motivated to play as well as they can and hoping of, like, catching an eye. It's almost like the Senior Bowl or the NFL Combine where you're trying to maybe catch that glimpse of getting you the best spot and maybe getting you the best financial package available.
Yeah, look at Western Kentucky. I mean, the last couple of years, Austin Reed was in the transfer portal, and then he came back and played. Caden Velkamp played from the transfer portal this year. Now, granted, JMU won the game, but Velkamp looked pretty good, and so that's going to help him out. A bunch of the Sam Houston kids were in the transfer portal. They still played one more time for the program. So I think we kind of assume that when we see these guys in the transfer portal, we're like, oh, they're definitely not playing, and then there's this giant surprise when they do. So for the people trying to handicap some of these future games, because obviously we don't have to worry about, for the most part, any transfer portal guys today, you just got to make sure that even though they're in the portal, that they're actually not going to play in this game, because there's a lot of situations where they do.
All right, Matt, we're going to roll through the 3 college football playoff games today. Get your thoughts on them. But before we do, you mentioned it, the semifinals of the FCS. South Dakota State versus North Dakota State. That's 11 a.m. Central Time. 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern, South Dakota State and Montana State. Now, we've talked about cold. The South Dakota-North Dakota game is in Fargo. The South Dakota-Montana State game is in Bozeman, Montana. So we're going to have some chilly atmospheres there today. What do you make of these two matchups? Looks like pretty tight spreads, too.
Yeah, I like the 2 favorites. I mean, I think South Dakota State and Montana State are the 2 best teams in the country. I mean, I really like Tommy Mellott as quarterback at Montana State. I think that they're going to be able to handle the weather a little bit better than South Dakota is. Not that South Dakota couldn't handle the weather, but I just think Montana State's got, a really good offense and should be able to score some points with ease. And then, of course, look, you don't want to go to the Fargo Dome. That's always tough to play in. But, I mean, South Dakota State's done it a long time. And it's so funny because the FCS, if the Dakotas ever left for the FCS would potentially collapse. I mean, it's ridiculous and crazy to think that the West Coast and that part of the country, like, that is the FCS. It used to be the East Coast when App State was there and when it was, JMU was there and all these other good teams, Georgia Southern. But now it's just the Dakotas and the Montanas just deciding who wants to win on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, it is pretty wild watching that shift happen. Like you said, Georgia Southern used to be in it. Marshall was in it back in the day. And like all of those schools, a lot of them have moved to the FCS or FBS, leaving that gap and void. As we look at some of the playoff games today, is there any particular one of the 3 remaining that is catching your interest?
Well, I mean, it's so funny because I think the underdogs, we look at what happened in yesterday's game with the underdog, and I think sometimes we're guilty of saying, well, yesterday's underdog didn't do very well, so let's take it, today's underdogs aren't going to do very well. I'm very interested in the ACC teams. I mean, look, Penn State, we know what Penn State's story is in a lot of big games. We know what James Franklin's story is in big games. He just doesn't show up. Penn State's the way better team here, but does SMU use the disrespect card and fuel them to a win today? It's going to be very hard in the whiteout. It's going to be very hard in very cold temperatures that SMU's probably not used to playing in. But SMU's defense is legit, and Kevin Jennings is legit. And so I think they can make things a little bit interesting today. We've kind of seen this line hover around the 8.5, so it's not really moving too much. I think they can. I think they have the pieces to make things a little bit interesting. Now they can't get behind. This can't be a 14-0 game in the blink of an eye. And then I think Clemson can make things interesting. I do. I think that Texas's offense is all over the place lately, and there's all this talk about taking out Quinn Ewers and putting Arch Manning in and playing more Arch Manning packages and things like that. This isn't the Clemson defense of the past where they have all these NFL stars, but they're still pretty good. And Cade Klubnik is one of the best quarterbacks that's still left playing in the playoffs. So I think Clemson has the idea, but once again, they can't get down early. This is not a team that can chase you from double digits down. They've got to be able to stay tough early on.
Is there a surprise in your mind at all in the lack of true movement this weekend on the numbers, right? They kind of got set, and at least from what I watched and trying to follow it, Matt, I didn't see much movement at all whenever it came to – it's like almost the public and the bettors set their mind on what these numbers were going to be, and they didn't really seem to waver too much.
Well, I mean, the movement came early when it came out when the playoffs were released. But since then, I mean, look, this is what happens when you have numbers out for a while. It's like week 1 of college football when the numbers are out for almost like a month. They move briefly when they come out, and then they're kind of stale. And then you kind of take your value, and that's it. Like right now, I see Texas is 13.5. It's not going to go to 14, and I think that it's going to stay at 13.5. The good thing is, if you are one of those people who buys half points, the 13.5 gives you access to 14 relatively relatively easy without too much juice. The Ohio State game has kind of stayed around that 7. There's a 7.5 out there in one casino in Las Vegas. But, I think it's because these numbers have been out for so long. People have already taken the value that they see, and they're not going to change anything unless there's an injury or unless there's a weather situation in any of these games.
Yeah, do you think the weather has any impact today in these games?
Good question.
So I think Tennessee being in the cold might be a little bit, but I just think that means that, I think both teams, it's going to be, it's funny. We always assume that the teams that play in the cold are just going to be that much better. Like, when it's really, really cold, nobody's really used to it. SMU might have a little bit of a problem with Penn State, but SMU also plays a rugged style of ball. If you had one of those teams that wants to throw it all every down and wants to play 5 wide receivers and kind of spread you out, maybe they get a little bit affected by a difference in weather, but SMU plays in this sort of weather, and Tennessee can be a throw-it-around team, but they can also be a hand-it-off to Dylan Sampson 20-25 times type of team. So I don't think anybody's going to be really affected by the weather. Maybe that makes me lean a little bit more towards the under in the Tennessee-Ohio State game. Maybe it becomes a little bit more ball control, a little bit less explosives type of game, but I don't think the weather is going to be that huge of an effect for anybody today.
It should be fun, man. I'm excited for it. All right, buddy. Awesome stuff as always. If you're not following Matt on Twitter, go do it at Mid-Major Matt. Matt Josephs, enjoy the games today. Should be fun.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
See you, brother. We're going to break. It's College Game Day Tailgate. When we come back, let's start dipping our toe into the matchups today. But first, a portal update, because God, that's where we're living right now. If you're not Clemson and Texas or Tennessee, Ohio State, SMU, Penn State fans, or even Notre Dame, Indiana fans this week, you've been living portal talk. What have we learned? We'll share it next right here on SiriusXM College Sports Radio.
Hear that? Holiday spirit is soaring on the SiriusXM app. With exclusive seasonal specials from Jimmy Fallon.
Thank you so much for listening. I love this time of year.
Christmas Queen, Mariah Carey. Every Monday, deck the halls with a little bit of me. Pentatonics and more. That's Christmas. Plus over 20 pop-up holiday channels full of endless cheer. Just search Holiday to feel the joy on the SiriusXM app.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. Coach Belichick, University of North Carolina. When did this come into your mind?
The way college football has evolved, it's really a lot like pro football. Players are now receiving compensation, and a lot of college coaches contact me and ask me about negotiating and so forth, and kind of the more I looked at it, the more it looked like a version of what I've been doing.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-625-4250. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-625-4250. That's 1-888-625-4250. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-625-4250.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Bouqs Car Care.
Bouqs Car Care?
Yep, Bouqs will cover our repair bills if anything happens to the car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Bouqs Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, we pay nothing on repairs? Bouqs gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Wait, what's the number?
800-281-5597. Bouqs has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike the other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-281-5597.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Bouqs Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-281-5597, or online at oxcarcare.com. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care today, 800-281-5597.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
We're your ultimate pass on the field and in the stands. SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
When life presents you with choices, it's all about how you react. Deciding what to wear may not be too complicated, and deciding what to drive doesn't have to be when you choose to drive a Mazda. Mazda obsesses over every stitch and every detail so you can experience the pure joy of driving. With it for those who choose, if you can kind of contrast Bobby and my two worlds. Bobby, you've been in playoff prep mode, right? Ohio State getting ready for Tennessee tonight, a game that we're going to talk about in depth coming up in hour number 2. In fact, we're going to kick it off hearing from Ryan Day and Josh Heupel. So you guys have been in playoff mode. I am in an area, I'm covering my team, the Sooners, that's not in the playoffs, but it's rebuilding its roster, especially offensively. So much like many schools out there, we've been on portal watch. I'm in trouble because I've blown through the data on my phone. My wife is very mad at me. I've probably sent more texts and made more calls than I've made in a long time because it still is a very hard thing to cover. At the core of it, portaling is tough because you're dealing not with players, you're dealing with agencies. And honestly, you don't know who's traveling and taking trips where unless the player puts it on social media, or honestly, really, unless they want you to know. You know, it can be clandestine who you're talking to, and I think for some people they can be surprised when a guy ends up in a place. It's still, I mean, Bobby, it's still a tough thing to cover because of just the unknown nature of it.
Yeah. And like at the end, guys can ultimately choose to kind of come back as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many moving parts and pieces when it comes to let's go portaling, and it's wild. Like this is, I don't know if anybody ever anticipated when like, oh yeah, a player can transfer, like, and then this is what you would have where with NIL, like they're getting in there, they're going on these visits, and it's kind of like an audition, you know, as far as getting some, you know, what's the best financial package maybe?
Right.
You know, as you go through there, like it's kind of like more of an auction than anything else.
Sure. As
you go through. So yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's wild. I thankfully, like Ohio State, I haven't really, like you said, been in the thick of that because of, you know, they're still playing a game, which is nice, and so you can focus on that. And they've had a couple guys that have got in, backup quarterback Devin Brown, but he's going to stay and finish up. And some of those guys are electing to do that. Others are getting out so they can go play other places, and I get that. It's their personal preference, but they've got to do something to fix this calendar and fix the ability for guys to be free agents every year, where there needs to be some level of accountability with when you get deals, they can have multi-year structure to them and everything else.
I agree. The top team in the transfer portal right now, according to 24/7 Sports, is Texas Tech. The 16 commits has them slightly let that settle in for a moment. 16 players out of the transfer portal. 16. That's a lot. Already. And we still have the portal doesn't close for another week. Or longer than
here's
that.
the thing. The portal, the normal portal, but think about this. Like Indiana's portal window just opened last night for their players.
That's right.
There'll be the portal window rolls, and assuming that's no coaches get fired and move, because then that opens up the window for those teams as well. So while the window for most schools is open for like now and then a couple, you know, week and change after their game, there are teams that, hey, this thing opens up, Plank, and it opens after they're done, which for the championship teams is going to be in the middle of January.
Yeah, LSU currently has the second-ranked class with 14 commits for Lane Kiffin. This is according to 24/7, followed by LSU, Auburn, and Mississippi State as the top 5 portaling teams right now. Kentucky's there in the top 10, along with Wisconsin and Minnesota. And look at our boy, Sean Foster in UCLA. All right, let's preview the games for today. A little Ohio State, Tennessee talk is next.
The biggest college football games are on SiriusXM.
That was one of the craziest college football games I've seen.
Hear every game of the college football playoff and more than 40 bowl games.
That was a great move. They just juked him out of his shorts.
Get the channel number for your school's broadcast at SiriusXM.com/college football schedule.
Still on his feet, and he's into the end zone.
Or search college football on the SiriusXM app. And for expert analysis, check out College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
When you make plans during winter, it's good to also have a backup plan. For instance, always have popcorn around the house. That way, if you plan on seeing a movie in the theater but icy weather keeps you from going, you're snack ready for streaming a flick at home. But when it comes to your diesel engine, what should your winter plan and backup plan be? Power Service Diesel Fuel Supplement plus Cetane Boost and Power Service Diesel 911. Plan on using diesel fuel supplement plus cetane boost to prevent fuel gelling and protect against ice and wax from plugging fuel filters. After all, it's the anti-gel endorsed by Cummins. And if freezing temperatures do stop your diesel engine, your backup is using Power Service Diesel 911 to restore the flow of fuel. So this winter, plan with Power Service Diesel Fuel Supplement plus Cetane Boost and plan again with Diesel 911. Learn more at powerservice.com.
Do you lay awake at night worrying about what to buy everyone on your holiday list? Well, Skechers is here for a holiday rescue with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the right gift for everyone on your list. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching your shoes, no retying laces. Plus, Skechers slip-ins are perfect for everyone. Moms, dads, grandparents, kids, friends, coworkers, and they're the most comfortable shoes they'll ever wear. Find them for the holidays at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
SiriusXM College Sports Radio, your home for all breaking news in the college sports world. Channel 84.
The following is a presentation of SiriusXM Sports.
At startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Back on the Corona pregame show here at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium, and time for our pregame conversation with Coach Sark. First thing that came to my mind was walking down here on the field. These conditions atmospherically are almost identical to 3.5 months ago when we were in Ann Arbor.
Gosh, it's beautiful, isn't it? What a day. Crystal clear skies, the sun is shining, little brisk fall air in the air, but what a great day for football. I'll tell you what, the energy outside of DKR right now for that Bevo walk was as good as I've ever seen it. The students are already showing up, so much for school not being in. The students are here, so it should be a great day for football.
One thing I've heard you mention, a word that I've heard you, and I heard Dabo do it as well, the word different. Different in the run-up to this game, different than regular season conference championship. How have you and the staff and the players kind of navigated the difference in what you're dealing with this week?
Well, I think, one, we try to acknowledge that it's different. This college football playoff, being a 12-team playoff now, is different. I think we're different. You know, there was a 4-team playoff a year ago. We're the only one of those 4 teams that made it to the 12-team playoff. So we think we're a little bit different too. We think we've created a standard here that this is where we're supposed to be. With that being said, we're trying to use some of that different to our advantage, right? We took a little bit of time off last week to get fresh, but then it became business as usual in our game prep for our players, practice meetings, so on and so forth.
Did you like what you saw from your guys in terms once they got back? I thought you told something humorous about how they were kind of, giddy's too strong a word, but kind of pleased about where they were before they got serious again?
Yeah, I thought they were excited, you know, and that's always a concern when you come off of a loss and the way, you know, an overtime loss in an SEC championship game. But like I said that day in the press conference, these guys never give me any pause that they won't be ready to go, and they respond time and time again to adversity, and that's something we touched on last night again, that they've proven to myself, they've proven to themselves that they always respond when adversity strikes, and that was an adverse situation a couple weeks ago, but we had 2 weeks to kind of regroup, recenter ourselves, and it's been a great 2 weeks of work. And the moment they painted that CFP logo in the middle of DKR and we practiced on it, I think our guys were ready to go.
Let's talk about this matchup. First of all, I want to start with your defense against the Clemson offense. You talked about the dangers, not only that Cade Klubnik presents, but also his targets and his other options.
Yeah, they've got a really good scheme, first of all, and it centers around the quarterback and being a versatile offense. And so they run it with Maffa. They've got good weapons on the perimeter. They've got traditional run game. They've got quarterback run game. And then they've got the off-schedule plays that Cade presents.
In terms of your offense, I know it's been difficult not being able to have IB be able to work, but I know you're really pleased with what you've seen from Ryan Wingo this week.
I am. I've been impressed with Ryan Wingo. You know, he's a guy that's kind of grown up before our eyes here. He's made some really big-time plays for us. He's just going to get more ops today, you know, and we're looking forward to him making some electric plays for us.
A couple of your health updates for your guys, Kelvin, obviously, and Quinn. How much did having the kind of bye really help them get ready for today physically?
Well, I think for Kelvin it's been huge. You know, he only played 7 snaps against A&M. He doesn't play against Georgia, so it's been almost a month, really, where he's been off of that thing. He looks really good. I think for Quinn, he's been out of that brace now for 2 weeks, so the buys kind of helped him. And yeah, we're just trying to get as healthy as we can this time of year. Health is a weapon for you.
You know, when you talk about the key being the ball, how important is special teams in making that happen?
Well, I think that's critical. You know, we think we've got an opportunity today to do some things on special teams but also, you know, we talk a lot about creating turnovers on the defensive side of the ball. We sure would love to be able to create a turnover or a steal of possession from a special teams perspective.
Okay, appreciate the time. Enjoy this one today.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, hook 'em. That is Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian. Coming up, we have the kickoff of today's college football playoff matchup, the Texas Longhorns against the Clemson Tigers, when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Enjoy 36 holes of championship golf. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar.
Football is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. CadenceBank.com.
Living Spaces. Refresh your home with Living Spaces. Proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. By SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. Texas Department of Transportation. Don't mess with Texas. And by St. David's, an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. Now, here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way.
From Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium in Austin, it's the college football playoff. The Texas Longhorns against the Clemson Tigers. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Craig Way alongside Roger Wallace, Will Matthews, and our Longhorn Radio Network broadcast team. Let's go down for the toss of the coin. Ron Snodgrass is our referee.
Colissimo, and we represent the Big Ten. Clemson, as the lower seed, you'll call the toss. You'll repeat his call. The coin today, the logo of the football is heads. The initial CFP is tails. What's your call? Heads. He's called heads. We're going to let it hit the ground. It's a tail. Texas has won the toss. Defer.
All right, so the Longhorns have won the toss and have deferred the option to the second half. Clemson will get the football first. The Longhorns are going to defend, I believe, the north goal. They will, the one to our left, the north end zone, and will kick off toward the south. How about our keys to the game, Roger?
Well, when they get on offense, they've got to be able to run the ball. They've been running it very well, except against a team named Georgia. 60 yards in 2 games, of course, those were their only 2 losses.
When they are on defense, the Longhorns have to be mindful of Cade Klubnik's ability to run with the football as well as throw it and to be able to cut down on their receivers. What about you, Will Matthews?
You know, today the Longhorns have got to manage the moment. And by that, I mean, don't look past Clemson today. What a great opportunity for Texas to kick off the CFP with playing against Clemson. They cannot look past Clemson to Arizona State. Today is the day. Focus on what's ahead of you and do what Texas says. Keep the standard the standard.
It is a beautiful day for football. 62 degrees here at Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium, and just some very light breezes here coming out of the east-southeast. Longhorns attired in the home uniforms. White helmet with the burnt orange Longhorn on the side. Burnt orange jersey tops with Texas emblazoned in white block print capital lettering across the front with the white numeral beneath it. Players' names spelled out in white block print capital lettering on the back of those jerseys. And a large white numeral gracing the back of the home. Burnt orange jersey tops, the white helmets, white trousers, white socks, and white shoes. Clemson, road uniforms, bright orange helmets with a white tiger paw imprint on the side. They have a purple and white triple stripe over the top of the orange helmet. White jersey tops with bright orange numerals outlined in purple, bright orange pants. And they have a mixture of white or orange shoes today. Ready to kick it off for Texas is Will Stone, the 195-pound junior out of the Regent School here in Austin. Today's kickoff is brought to you by Lucchese, the official boot of the Texas Longhorns. We're ready to go for the first time ever. A college football playoff game in Austin, Texas. And we're underway. And Stone's kickoff will be a touchback. It'll drive out of the back of the end zone. Cade Klubnik is the quarterback for the Tigers. 6'2", 210-pound junior out of Westlake High in the Austin area. He's completed 282 of 443 passes for 3,303 yards, 33 touchdowns, completing 64% of his passes with 5 interceptions. Now with the injury and knocking out Jay Haynes, the leading ground gainer, Phil Maffa, who has rushed for 1,106 yards and 8 touchdowns, averaging 5 yards per carry, and the leading pass catcher, Antonio Williams, 71 catches for 838 yards. Maffa is the running back. Clemson operates from the shotgun. In the first play from scrimmage, it's a swing out to the left side. On first down, it goes to Maffa, and he's run out of bounds after a gain of only a couple of the 27-yard line by Anthony Hill.
Yeah, he's been battling a shoulder injury. He's also caught 19 balls out of the backfield for Clemson.
Second down and 8, the ball on the left hash mark at the Tigers' 27-yard line. Wide right is the tight end, Brittingstool, and they'll have another receiver in the slot right for Clemson, one on the short side of the field, split left. From the left hash marker, the Tiger 27. Shotgun snap, Klubnik rolling right, looking for a target, throws on the run, ball is caught across the 35, and it'll be a first down out to the 40-yard line. T.J. Moore came back to the ball, made the catch, and it goes for 13 yards before Leonga Lefau can bring him down.
Okay, Klubnik so dangerous on the move, and if you're not careful, he'll turn and run it as well.
First down and 10 for Clemson. Just underway, the ball is at the Tiger 40-yard line. And Alfred Collins checks out. Vernon Broughton back in along the defensive front for Texas. From the Tiger 40, Klubnik to take the shotgun snap. Maffa offset to his left with one man in motion. On first down, play action, pass over the middle, and that ball is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Bryant Wesco. Johnny Barron broke it up. So Bryant's family, like I said, he's a native Texan out of Midlothian High. He's on the south side of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. He had a lot of family who were making their way into the stadium 3.5 hours prior to kick when we were walking in.
He had a big game in that ACC championship game, 143 yards and 2 touchdowns receiving.
Second down and 10 for the Tigers. Klubnik out of the gun with the snap and looks to throw over the middle. Ball caught, and that is close to a first down. Antonio Williams on the slant, 8 yards. Jalen Gilbo the tackle. And now brings up third down and 2 for the Tigers from the Clemson 48. So on third down and 2, Maffa will be in the backfield with Klubnik. Wide left is Bryant Wesco. Now he moves into the slot, and going closer to the boundary is Antonio Williams. So 3 receivers out wide left, one on the short side, split right. From the right hash mark at the Clemson 48-yard line on third down and 2 for the Tigers. Klubnik, the snap, and he's looking to throw on third and 2. Steps up, scrambles right, on the run. He'll pick up the first down. Across midfield into Texas territory. Anthony Hill ran him out of bounds, but Longhorns had good coverage. But he was able to pick up the necessary yardage to move the chains. It's a 3-yard carry to the Texas 49.
Had a chance to get him in the backfield. Trey Moore, the best chance, but Klubnik not only good speed, but good size.
First down and 10, a couple of Clemson first downs. Opening drive of the ball game just underway and scoreless. Tigers at the Longhorn 49-yard line with 3 receivers bunched together on the short side of the field, split to the right. Now one shifts in motion left, creating a 3 wide out left span. Back to throw is Klubnik, now being flushed out, being chased. Hit as he throws. Ball caught over the middle at the 40-yard line. That's Wesco, and he'll have it close to the first down, maybe a half-yard shy. But Klubnik did a good job scrambling away from the pressure and was able to unload it just in time.
Had Colin Simmons right in his face, forced to roll left, so that's a tougher throw, and he threw a dime to Wesco.
Second down, less than a yard to go for the first, just inside the Texas 40-yard line. Klubnik out of the gun. And he has Phil Maffa offset to his right. On second down, handoff, Maffa pounds forward, and he has the first down. He'll take it down to the 38-yard line. So Clemson will have it at first and 10 at the Texas 38. This will be the 3rd first down in this opening series for the Tigers. They'll make some substitutions. Bring the tight end, Brittingstool, back onto the field. Brittingstool is in a slot to the right. Wide right, Antonio Williams. On the short side of the field, in a slot left is Bryant Wesco. Phil Maffa is the running back. He's offset to the left side of to the right side of Cade Klubnik. So first down and 10 for Clemson. 3 consecutive first downs for the Tigers on their opening possession. The ball's at the Texas 38-yard line. Klubnik with the snap, turns and hands it to Maffa. Good running room up the middle. He surges forward down inside the 35 to the 31-yard line. Alfred Collins, the tackle. That's a 7-yard pickup.
All right, now Clemson with a nice mix of early passing and now able to get something going in the run game.
Second down and 3. For the Longhorns, Trey Moore checks back in along the defensive front, along with Barron Sorrell. David Benda comes in at linebacker. Ethan Burke checks out for Texas as the Longhorns rotate the defensive personnel. Second down and 3 from the Texas 31. Maffa shifts in motion out of the backfield, creating an empty set. As they have 3 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, no running back. Shotgun snap, Klubnik over the middle, ball caught. First down at the 35-yard line. Jake Brittingstool just set down right at the marker, made the catch, 6 yards. Anthony Hill the tackle, a 4th first down for Clemson on this first drive of the game. And right now, Kate Klubnik just giving what the defense is willing to allow. And they've allowed him to be able to throw underneath, get outside. Leonga, the foul back on the field at linebacker for Texas, replacing David Benda. Jalen Gilbo checks back in at the star back for the Longhorns. First down and 10. Clemson. The ball is at the Texas 25-yard line. First 5 minutes of the ball game have been played. Clemson on its opening drive. First and 10 at the Texas 25-yard line. Mafa lines up in the pistol, and now Clemson has to use a timeout. It was just a little too long to get what they wanted.
Timeout, Clemson, they're first.
So the Tigers take a timeout, but so far they've looked good. 9:48 remaining here in the first quarter in Austin. It's Texas nothing, Clemson nothing, as we continue on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Have you had a high five moment today? High Five Casino is a social casino where you can win real cash prizes from a giant selection of the hottest games. It's always free to play, with hundreds of exclusive games, live dealer play, community leaderboards, plus free coins every 4 hours and new games every week.